Ekene Okusa, please join us on the stage as part of the first panel. The last, not the least, the Yorubas will say, please welcome a seasoned filmmaker, writer, and a content producer of international repute, Uncle Femi Odugbemi, FTA. Please a round of applause for Uncle Femi. Uncle Femi Odugbemi, FTA. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Is Niyi Akimolayan in the house? Okay. All right. To moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, a journalist, an editor. I think the way it works is once a commissioner is always a commissioner. As long as you are still in the ruling party. The publisher and host on Arise, and Arise TV has become premium, with all of, the back and forth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Steve Ayorinde. Please a round of applause for Mr. Steve Ayorinde. Thank you. Thank you. This panel is hot. Kai. All right, welcome. And for a brief keynote remark on this topic from Volume 2, Value, the Future of Nigerian Motion Picture Industry in the Digital Age. Please welcome with me the MD, Nigerian Film Corporation, my MD brother. Please welcome Dr. Ali Nuhu. Dr. Ali Nuhu, thank you very much. All right, okay, let me start calling names now. I think that will work for me. Let me call names. Permit me to call names. Permit me to call names. Dr. Ali, just 1 minute. Mr. Uzodinma Okpechi, please, can we sit? Can we sit? Permit me to still call names. Permit me to still call names. Uncle Edmond Enaibe, please, can we sit? Can we have one house? Can we have one house? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think it's getting better now. Thank you very much. Hey, my people are here. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. I give the floor to the MD, Nigerian Film Corporation, Dr. Ali Nuhu. Thank you.
So good afternoon once again. I want to start by congratulating the National Film, Video and Census Board for sustaining strategic platform for reflection, innovation, and policy dialogue, which is named as a token remembrance in recognition of the legacies of a woman whose vision and drive have contributed immensely in shaping contemporary Nollywood. The theme for this year's edition in the series titled From Volume to Value, the future could not be more timely than now. For decades, Nigeria has been celebrated as one of the world's most prolific film industries. Our volume undeniably large, including multidimensional domestic and diasporic audiences. But today, we are called to answer a deeper and more transformational question. How do we convert our impressive output into sustainable value, creative value, economic value, cultural value, and global value within an increasingly digital ecosystem? Provides us with opportunity for impact-driven and positive outcome. This brings us to the question of quality in telling Nigerian and African stories. Our stories, rooted in culture, history, and contemporary realities, remain our strongest assets. The promotion of this asset is driven by young people, exerting positive influence from music to film, including fashion, and having told. Quality is not meant.
I'm sure that with the two lovely ladies and the gentlemen, we will do justice to the topic that we've been given, which is the future of the Nigerian motion picture industry in a digital age. I believe that it ties in a way to the theme of this conference itself, which is from high volume to high value, the future of the Nigerian film industry in a digital age. And I think that it will be important in setting the tone for this panel to have a bit of a rewind to a number of things that have been said here today, from what the Honorable Minister said, our speech, from what the MD of the NFC said, even from what our Regal Majesty Ori Temitope mentioned, and most importantly, what the keynoter, Bolanle Austin Peters, said. And I think that it would be important to do a bit of a rewind so that we can be reminded of the key issues that she mentioned, and then we can tie it to our submissions. BAP essentially said that no matter what we say about ourselves, that something is working in Nollywood. And then she raised the posers about between subsistence, which is prevalent in our industry, and then sustainability. If it's just about surviving, how sustainable can that be? Then she also spoke about between fame and infamy, emphasizing that budget is a limiting factor and that we can compete with what she termed as coffee budget. Ultimately, she said that quality and the challenge of funding, mediocrity, and infrastructure are issues that we have to look at. Then she rounded off by urging practitioners that let's transit from factory of films, from being a factory of films to becoming a foundry of cinematic excellence. And that is where I think that we should pick this panel from, the future of the Nigerian motion picture industry in the digital age. You know, in my own subsector of the creative industry, which is the journalism part, what we used to say 10 years ago, or you draw it back to even about 20 years ago, is that the future of our profession is digital. And then we used to say that the future is now. I'm talking 10, 20 years ago. But then if the Census Board is asking us to look at the film industry and its future in a digital age, my question would be that which future are we looking at? Isn't the future here? If it is here, are we already part of that future? How prepared are we in a digital world for an industry that claims to be the second largest in the world? I'll start with Stephanie, given that you play multiple roles as an actor, as a director, as somebody that is putting something big up in Ekpe, the film city. How prepared are we? Are we in the future that somebody is asking us to assess as an industry? Stephanie.
Hello? Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't know you were going to start with me. But I think the future is now. I mean, technology is moving at a fast pace. A lot of things are happening. AI is here. People are consuming content in different forms. People through the mobile phone to the big screen, different forms. And then we have the TikToks, the YouTubes, the Instagram Reels. We have the big screen. We have the all the other digital platforms where we put our films. So of course, the future is here, and it's for us to figure out how we tap into all these platforms that are available to us. Even if not the platform, how we tap into the digital technology that is available to us that was not available to us a few years back, and how it's moving at the speed of light. How we using those platforms to restructure the industry, to make the industry better, to get people to have access to our content like they've never had before. So it's basically how we position ourselves as an industry to use these tools that are there to help us achieve a better industry. How we regulating these tools so that we don't get extinct. Because, I mean, something I was just sharing with my colleagues down here, like someone put up on Facebook and use an AI image of a video that I did before. The person is using it for scam. And people are sending this thing to me and say, Stephanie, are you the one promoting this? See, the digital thing is a good sign and a bad side, but how we, as an industry, regulating our image and also having control to make sure our image are not being used, or also not how we also making sure that we're creating enough jobs, because now we see people, I mean, there's something I saw online where a girl had an AI image of a musician that just got a $3 million deal. And the person who created it, of course, she was the person who wrote the songs, but the person singing, claiming to sing the song is an AI. I mean, she's not even the one because she produced this through Sonia, and then the imagery is someone who is not living. You know, so how do we protect ourselves? Because we know we're living in a country where a lot of young people need to be fully employed. How are we using this technology to help our industry? So yes, the future is now, but let's take hold of all this technology and let it be of benefit to us.
Fantastic. I like the fact that you brought the issue of AI into it, and what others are doing that shows that we're already a part of that future. But I'll come back to you, but let me come to Dr. Tejumola. For you, in assessing where we are and in becoming a functional participant in the future that is here, how do you think that Nollywood or the Nigerian motion picture industry can play the game better? And in answering that, I would like you to also talk to us about the role that MultiChoice, plays in this feature that is with us. I'm asking that because of a few years ago, we thought that, oh yes, things are looking good. Netflix was here, Amazon was here to join you, that you are already, on the ground. And then all of a sudden, Netflix left, Amazon left, and then MultiChoice was taken over by Canal Plus. Is the future really here? Dr. Tejumola.
Why did you go there? Good afternoon, everyone. It's an exciting conversation that we've had internally and, with different stakeholders. You see, this whole idea of moving away from just creating a lot of content to creating a lot of content, but that holds value, that can travel, that can earn, capital E, that can earn and can stand the test of time. See, Nollywood, and BAP said it earlier, was built primarily on creativity and grit. But the real competition now is attention. It is attention. And attention stays where it sees meaning, where there's meaning, where there's properly crafted creatives, and where there's distribution. Right? So I like to look at three things to measure or assess where we are, because we are in the future. 20 years ago, this is the future we were talking about 20 years ago.
Correct.
But we are also then positioning ourselves for the future of 20 years from now. And that's where legacy comes in. Right? So a lot of the conversation that has happened today has really tied some of the loose ends for me, just in terms of where we have been. Before it was shoot fast, release fast, on to the next for Nollywood. And it worked. It built the ecosystem we have. But we've come to the point where...
You're referring to the Papapa era.
It was the Papapa era. It was, let's do it now. But it's brought us to a point where now the industry has proven its capability to be able to produce at scale. Now we need to prove our capabilities in producing excellently and remaining sustainable. So is our content available? Yes, we have a lot of content. Is our content visible? Yes, we are loud. We make the loudest noise. Our marketing, shout out to all the movie producers, executive producers. Please give everyone a round of applause. And I say this because marketing the movies so that it stands out is not easy at all, right? So are we visible? Yes. Is our content accessible? Yes. There's a lot of fragmentation in the industry now. So you can watch on TV, you can watch online, you can watch everywhere. Content is accessible. So where is the missing link? Where is the gap? It's in value. And I think that's where we're here today.
It's in value. Talk to us about what value means. BAP attempted to describe value, and then she brought the issue of quality. And you know that she spoke like, in two different languages. First is those who are coming to quality. What quality have you got? And then how can I do quality if the level of budgeting in Nigeria is weak and poor? But then you said value and there's quality. Are we close to a valuable, having a valuable industry at this moment?
Depends on what side of the table you're on.
On your side.
Depends on who's looking and defining what value is. So value means many things. Value is one event. Value to some might also be the budgets for the production. So you would say, look, if you have investments, then you get a good value, production value. But you'd find that small productions also deliver good impacts. And so it's important to know, one, who your target audience is. Because your target audience then determines what value you're giving. If you produce a $10 million movie and you show it to your man on the streets, it will go over their head. BAP said something earlier. She said she was in Ibadan and she saw bought one of the ones and people didn't notice just that it wasn't high quality. It was. But was it resonating with the man on the street? And so when you're defining what value means, you need to look at who your target audience is. There is different strata for value. And so what we do at MultiChoice, because we primarily focus on TV, is to then stratify your audience. Who's your high-end audience? These are the guys who would notice your billboard and notice all of that. Who's your mid-level audience? These are the guys who would notice it but also want a bit more. They want to see themselves on screen. And then who's your mass market audience? And by mass market, I'm not trying to be discriminatory. I'm just stratifying. It's the guy who has gone out all day and is a vulcanizer. He's got TV in home for his whole family. And he wants family friendly content that would make them laugh in the evening. But that's value on one end. Now, if we're talking of globalization and going global, you then want to define value completely differently. Because quality attracts investments. Quality is what will get you into Hollywood. Quality is what will win you the Oscars, right? And let's not go there. But quality is what will win you the Oscars. And so I think if we start talking about value today, we might not exhaust it, but I think those are some perspective of value for me.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Tejumola. Now, FO, one of the key things that BAP mentioned in her keynote, she spoke about choosing details over speed. And more importantly, she also spoke about the need for Nigeria or Nollywood industry to become a cultural superpower. In a rapidly digitalizing or digitizing world, how close do you think that our industry is to becoming a cultural superpower without us ourselves having to say it, having to say, oh, this is who we are, but for the world to say this is actually how far you have come and you deserve to be celebrated? How close are we to becoming a cultural superpower as far as cinema is concerned?
I think we're really there, actually, because I think when you say a cultural superpower, when you describe what it means to be a cultural superpower, it means that you have an audience of people listening, purchasing what you're making. We are actually there, because if it's just about connecting with other cultures, exchanging the algorithms of our culture, I think we're there already. What we need to do is build on being there. We've got our foot in the door. I've been to many parts of Africa where they really consume a lot of Nigerian work, Nigerian films, Nigerian art. What we need to do is, now that we're in the door, what does our presence mean? And I think right now it's meaning a set of things to people, depending on their interaction with us. But we can actually curate that. That's the opportunity for me. So when we talk about value, I think what we are really talking about is how does this industry present us an opportunity to curate a certain understanding of the Nigerian culture, the Nigerian worldview, who we are, and to do it in such a way that it's profitable to us, that it affects our economy, affects our diplomacy, opens up access to other industries because people are able to have a certain profile of the Nigerian from the Nigerian art production. I think that's what's key. And to do that, in terms of value, we have to have more intentional investments. Up to now, what we have is, street to screen, as some people call it. Our stories are premise to production, but those are just the majority. There is a critical quantity of work from Nigeria that people remember well. They look at it and realize that we have capacity for this. So the question is, how do we make that capacity? I mean, how do we turn it into something that is systemic? How do we make more dry? How do we make more of these other films? Which is where I'm trying to go.
Yeah. That's where I'm trying to go very quickly. Capacity in terms of structure. How much of the successes that we have recorded or the successes that we need to record should be driven by the industry and not just a few individuals who manage, to cross over and do big things. Census Board honored a few people here, but they're just individuals who have done quite good. But then when it comes to industry, and then the fabrics that determine what an industry is, are we really there?
Well, we're on our way there. Here's why I say that. This is the third generation of young filmmakers since Nollywood began. Nollywood is about 30 years old. Now you have roughly about 2-3 generations of young people who have gone to school, prepared themselves. They were inspired by Nollywood, but now they're properly trained. Quite a lot of them are in town. MultiChoice Talent Factory is creating a lot of them. Ebony Life is doing the same thing. Pencil, we're elevating the training of these guys. What we need to add to that is how they go from individual capacities and talent into institutionalizing what they are doing. We need to build more production companies so that people are not doing contracts with individuals. Those production companies need to begin to think more about how films that are made are not just sold and another film immediately made. How does one film begin to feed the markets that surround us, the Francophone market, for instance? A lot of them still watch Nigerian films in English, when in fact there can be a re-release of many films in those areas. That's why Canal Plus is such an advantage, that it's coming, if you view it from the perspective of it matches two audiences and widens the possibilities for those of us who are making. I also think we need to, I was going to talk about intentional investment. You can't make a better pot of stew if you don't have better ingredients.
Or better kind of a thing.
Yeah, we've got to do better with our development. The scripting phase needs many specializations, not just the writer. It needs editors, it needs researchers. We need not just to create stuff fast, we need to create deeper things. Our films need to begin to do much more than entertain. They need to begin to inspire, model a certain kind of institutional ambition that we don't have now. All of that will rely on how we continue to train, engage, and that involves the guilds, it involves the distribution and the distributors themselves. To get better products, we all have to create an ecosystem and a conveyor belt that empowers that.
Fantastic. Stephanie, I'll come back to you because you mentioned YouTube earlier. On many film platforms, I've read about, heated arguments about when people say, oh, now that some streamers are gone, YouTube is our future. YouTube has come, to the rescue. What are your personal thoughts about YouTube as one, an enabler or a rescuer? Is that the future that we are envisaging, YouTube?
I would say no, but it's one of the platforms that you're supposed to explore, but it's not supposed to be the platform, like the first platform that you need to go for. And, circling back, you've been talking about values. I think it's for us to understand, let's not dilly-dally this thing, because, when you go to international markets and you're presenting a project that you want to do, one of the things that they ask, what is the value of a Nigerian film? I think when you understand the perception of that, it will help us think inwards. Yes, we've done a lot of great things, yes, but are there opportunities for us to do amazing things? With this level of knowledge, with all the understanding interaction that we've had, what are we doing? Because the value is, what is the value of the Nigerian products? Your movie that is coming out. And you say, okay, I did it for, it doesn't even matter. Let's say I did it for $500,000. How much are they willing to pay for that product? So I think that value trickles down into how it is being perceived. Yes, we do a lot of things, but when it talks in terms of the film language and how we hear this amount of money that our colleagues are making, and we are hoping, because that's the aspiration for us, we are not there. So why are we not hitting the ceiling, and why are they capping us here? What is the look down, or what is the thing that is holding us? And how can we dismantle those things? So it's basically, we are all here, we're all colleagues, because I like to do catalytic things. We're in this industry, and the value comes back to money. Money that is not in single, like 5 people, but money that majority of the people who are practitioners can actually feel and say, I am in this industry and I'm proud. And we're living in a very interesting time. There is money floating around right now. But people holding the money might say, oh, we don't even understand this industry. I feel so confused. I don't know how to invest. So, but the good thing is, there is an attention that is being drawn into this industry, and there's money hanging. So now let's go back to the drawing board. How do we structure this industry so that this money can fall in and it can be in all our pockets, and we're living well and we're putting it back into the ecosystem, and the people who are putting in this money could see the value of work and be proud to say, I want to invest more. So I think when we approach this in the level, now let's go back to the drawing board. What do we need to dismantle? What are the structures that are the bottlenecks that is not allowing a majority of the people thrive, but just a few people thriving? I'm coming back to the YouTube, because the YouTube is like it's a free market. It's an equal playing ground for everybody because it's removing bottlenecks. But again, as a filmmaker, I want to go to the cinema. I want to explore, because I see film as it's a lifetime project. If you've not seen a movie, it's new to you. Do you understand? That's how I approach it as a filmmaker.
You don't think that the YouTube angle to it is like people that are used to riding in a Prado or a Mercedes, all of a sudden, because of situations, they are now saying that, oh, Keke can get me there faster and easier. Is that it?
No, but it has their audience. You see, the YouTube cater for everybody. If you want to do high quality content, you can do high quality content. If you want to do, YouTube is for everybody. But I'm just saying that is not supposed to be our I mean, there are other areas to explore that can be explored, that we should not just be focusing on just YouTube as a savior, because I don't think it is. Because again, technology, like I said, technology is here. The YouTube, you're not in control, because YouTube can decide to remove your content at any minute, and you might not be able to make that money, or can strike you down. That cuts down your stream of income. So you can't use that as the alpha and omega. It's one of the options to explore as a filmmaker. That's what I think.
All right, before I come to Dr. Tejumola, very quickly, you said about what we need to be doing to get the structure right. What role do you think that an NFC and a census board should play in working with those who are supposed to be the core of the industry?
That's for NFC. First of all, we have to stream that. What are the structures that we need for the industry to thrive? Are we strengthening the guilds? Are we strengthening the laws? Because we don't have any laws. Are we strengthening the laws that we protect you, the exhibitor, you, the distributor, you, the producer, you, the artist? Are we strengthening all those laws, making sure that the ecosystem is flowing, that none is stifling the other, but it's creating an enabling environment for all of us to thrive? Are we also strengthening the guilds that will help be like, the guilds are supposed to be like the pressure group, who are supposed to like fight for each member's rights, in making sure that we get our stand, and also collaborating with each other, not frustrating each other, because we're all, filmmaking is a collaborative process. Are we defining the distribution channel to make sure that Nigerian film, when you put money in this film, you will get your money back? Because we're looking at all the structure. Are we also fighting piracy as a group? Because it's a big thing, whether we like it or not. And piracy is not only just all those people pirating of content. You see how people are flagging, oh, you did not tag me in my content. So people in this, the newer generation are feeling the peg of piracy, because if you do a content and put it on Instagram and I put something and use it, you'll be mad. But that's piracy. Do you understand? So how are we restructuring all those things? Because those are all some of the bottlenecks that are holding us back. How are we putting a pressure group to make sure that legislature, government do what they're supposed to do to protect the industry, not look as if we're begging government, but we're demanding it from the government, and this is what we need. How are we also signing co-production deals to make Nigeria, an environment where people want to be, or where people would think they want to come in and spend their money, or look at Nigeria as a production hub. So, but you cannot just build, like you talked about the film village. Building village, yes, but if the laws, if the incentives and things are not there, nobody's coming. Because all the other people have different ways where they are poking different people to come into the structure. How are we educating people, celebrating excellence, not celebrating mediocre stuff? Because you think people don't see, people want to see good quality film come out of Nigeria. It's our heart desire. It's our bragging lights. We want it. Do you understand? How do we elevate the filmmaking aspect of the Nigerian, of our industry? So those are some of the things that we really need to critically look at.
I get you very well, Stephanie. And you don't need to respond to this last one, because you mentioned how should we be signing co-production deals, which is important, so that we do not have a film that was celebrated as a Nigerian film, and then all of a sudden it's been sent to the Oscars by the
Because
United
Nigeria
Kingdom.
is not your money. You did not fund the film. The people who funded the film, see, it's a Nigerian story, but it's not Nigerian money. Yes.
Why was it announced in Cannes as the first Nigerian film?
Maybe it's a mistake, because I think the people were
Maybe
mad.
it's a mistake.
Maybe the producers did not know that they were going to announce it as a Nigerian film. So if you want your film to be, do the fun. You can't come and not provide money to make the film. What if the filmmaker did not make the film? And that's why they did not submit. Meanwhile, they did not submit it to the Nigerian Oscar community. It was not a Nigerian film. So it was not even submitted.
Headline news for headline news.
No, but it's true. It was not submitted. But again,
so it wouldn't have been qualified ab initio.
No, I'm
Because
just
it
saying
wasn't a
that the
Nigerian
people
film.
who gave you money for the film are saying that they are the one who owns your film.
Okay.
And they gave you money because they want it to go through their own industry. So they don't even give you permission to even put it in your own industry. So what are you going to do about it? And if they don't submit, how are you going to make a selection?
All right, Dr. Tejumola, very quickly, I see I see that we're going to be spoken to shortly. What key challenges do you see in our journey to becoming truly global, and how do you think that we should surmount it? I see that there are many supporters of YouTube here, so they are not going to agree with many of the things that you say, but of course, let's know what your views are.
At the end of the day, we're all servicing the same customer, right? That's why we wake up in the morning to create content. So whether you put it on YouTube, on any streamer, on Africa Magic, we're all targeting the same audience, so I'll put that there. But infrastructure, you know, there's so many panels that discuss these same things, and we say the same things. I think it's time for us to actually start acting on them. What does infrastructure mean to the filmmaker, and how would it help with the ecosystem? That's one. Two, we need to organize ourselves as Nollywood. You've talked about a lot of guilds. There's collaboration, there's competition, there's laws, are they being enforced? So there's a lot that we as Nollywood need to organize ourselves and be as strong as, and I don't want to call them unions, but be as strong as the unions in Hollywood. Because if we go out as a united front, then one, we're able to attract more investment and be a greater force, right? And then three, I always go back to who your target audience is. If your target audience is global, then produce excellence for your global audience. You cannot be in between. And that is why I believe some Nigerian content don't travel. Because they're trying to please the Nigerian audience, but also trying to please the global audience. You can't do both.
You think that's a problem?
It is a problem. You cannot do both.
What should be done?
So if you're going to target your global audience, there's a format to these things. There's a format in Hollywood. You want to make box office, there is a format. There's a principle to it. If you go outside of it, you're an indie producer, you do your thing and you keep it moving. So it's really doing our homework, knowing who our target audience is, and really just producing for them.
Fantastic. Efo, in queuing us to round off, what do you say to what the ladies have said regarding where we ought to be and now together? And then what do you say to those who think that, yes, Nollywood has all the razzmatazz, but then when it comes to representing us globally with accolades in tow, that maybe it hasn't done what Afrobeats has done for music, our fashion globally, and maybe even our literature, which has won Nobel, won Booker Prize, won this and that. But Nollywood, yes, razzmatazz, but not quite there. What do you say to those who have such a view?
Well, I feel we need to be more intentional in selling Nollywood in particular spaces. One of the things I have seen often, you'll find the French, the Germans, they create cultural organizations like Gauthier, like Alliance Francaise, and basically use that as a conduit pipe to bring their cultural products in your face in different countries. They don't call them embassies, but ultimately they function as that. There has to be a way where the government believes enough in the story of Nollywood such that even in all our, we have what, 400 plus embassies abroad, there's not a single one where you could say that they watch a Nollywood film regularly once a month or once a quarter. If we start with that, what would that do?
You think that should be part of what the
That has to be, because what happens is the journalists in that country will be there, they'll get a little wine, they'll be forced to watch the film. The film then becomes known because 80% of those who vote in the Oscars, who vote for most of the major festivals, are also journalists. Yeah. And often they would only remember the films they have seen.
Absolutely.
So it's so important that, you know, I mean, a lot of what's been said is valid, but a lot of what we haven't done is also taking what we've done, not the mass of it, the critical few that all of us agree are solid and can travel. How much have we promoted them? How much have we put government's muscle behind? And government has infrastructure. It's not money. They can put you in spaces. When we go for the UN conferences that we go with 100 and whatever people, do we have art people in it? They would if it was France. Mm-hmm. They'll create engagement opportunities so that collaborations can occur. Those are what I think are minimal level, no big money things that government can do as interventions. So if you believe in the industry, just don't give it money. You create spaces in which it can thrive.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Last year when we had this same conference, I recall that a few people said ordinarily there ought to be engagement from from the audience. Emperor Francis said so, Uncle Mahmoud said so. So do I have the permission of the DG, 5 minutes, just to have a couple of interventions from the audience? This side and this side, maybe one each. All right. Who will ask? Yes.
All right.
There's a gentleman.
Let me just head to you so we can manage time. All right, so you just introduce yourself and we shoot straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Upa, and I'd like to say, speak a bit to what Stephanie has said, and then maybe say something as well to what I think of Nollywood personally. I think that the industry had done extremely well in its present form. Honestly, we've done extremely well. And also think back and look at NTA. NTA always used to, for more than 20 years, NTA used to say something to us. 30 million viewers, the biggest network in Africa, blah, 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 blah. 30 million for more than 20 years. I don't know what the viewership is right now. And then you have someone on Nollywood giving me 28 million views for one movie. 28 million views for one movie. And then a whole NTA is telling you 30 million views for more than 20 years. In less than 6 months, someone is giving you 28 million views. I sell eyeballs, yeah? That's what I've done all my life. I sell eyeballs. I monetize content for Nollywood alone. Since I started selling content, I think in 4 years, let me take 4 years of the work that I have done in Nollywood selling, in monetizing Nollywood, 4 billion naira. 4 years, 4 billion. 4 years, 4 billion naira in advertising revenue inside Nollywood content. And then where does the money go? Nollywood makes money for everybody else, but for itself. And if you want me to mention some of the things that I have done so that you know, I did all the monetization for what you know as Group 8 today from 2004. I was sponsorship and monetization for Iroko TV. I was MD, Canal Plus for 4 years, Anglophone Africa. So in terms of monetization, where your eyeballs are, go there, please. Go there. Go there. You can't say to me that Nollywood is not, YouTube is not important. One movie is giving you 28 million views. One of the reasons why anywhere I am in the world and I see Stephanie is her history. It's her history. It's what she has done in Nollywood. It's where she has, the stories that she has come from, where she is going, her history. Your money is your legacy. The money for Nollywood is the legacy. I don't know whether going to the cinemas or going to wherever you're going, show me. If you take, in fact, I always wonder about Nollywood in terms of the monetization.
We have to, exactly. Thank you very much. Just to quickly say that in those days, NTA used to say 60 million viewers. I'm sure if today they are going to say that, they probably will be saying 120 million. And then as for YouTube, nobody denigrated YouTube here. Stephanie didn't, I didn't, nobody denigrated. We were just saying, should YouTube be the future, that Nollywood will be looking at? Maybe one more intervention before we round off.
A female will do. If you have a female, so we just balance. What do you say? Anyone?
Anyone?
Okay.
Otherwise, we just...
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Chris ABA. My question is, it's becoming a scare that everybody seems to be representing us internationally as Nollywood. Who is our gatekeeper? I think maybe the Nigerian Video Film and Censors Board should take a lead on this. Nobody should represent Nigeria anywhere without having to go through a clearinghouse. I think it's important. Just the way Censors Board has been able to bring the Nollywood guilds and associations together, I think it should be declared, or probably the film like NFC, so that we don't have anybody just representing and putting things out there representing us. I think that is important. Stephanie, you also announced, I think yourself, Shuaibu, and Ali Nuhu needs to champion this. And my second question would be, we're always having panel sessions like this, and we end up talking and then we go home. Is there a way that we can always have an action plan so that when we meet like this next time, we would have known how far we have gone from discussions like this? This is how we need to improve as an industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan Chris. I think on that note, before we round off, we should just allow. Is there one more person?
Except maybe there's a lady. Is there any lady? Okay, I think we can go ahead, sir.
All right. I think what is important, what is obvious is that everybody believes that this industry has not done badly at all, but that there are a few steps, a few positive steps that the industry will need to take if all the elements structurally, financially, artistically, creatively. Just the last 30 seconds to sum everything up, because your name has been mentioned like twice or thrice there, before we say thank you to everybody. Stephanie.
Well, like you said, like you just explained it, we're saying that YouTube should not be the only option as a filmmaker. That you should explore other platforms. So that's what I was saying, or other channels. So please have that understanding. Yeah. So yes, thank you so much. Government, you want to compare with music, but film is different. You know, film is culture, like the whole bunch. So it's quite different. So government needs to really step up and really not just speak, but really work the work in terms of putting this industry in its heart, because we're like your rebranding tool, whether we like it or not. And we as filmmakers, we should also demand more, come together, collaborate, work, and really sit down and figure out how to move this industry forward, because if it moves forward, it's for the betterment of all of us. All of us are going to age. We're all looking for pension. We're looking for so many things. But if we don't sit down and put those structures that will help us as we grow older and all of that, we're still going to go back to the drawing board. So I think anyone that wants to collaborate with the guild, whatever action plan he spoke about, I'm willing. Let's figure it out and figure out how we're going to put structure and make this industry benefit all of us, because we all deserve it and we've worked so hard for it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. On that note, I just want to express gratitude to the panelists, Madam Stephanie Linus, Dr. Tejimola, and Mr. Femi Udugbemi. Thank you so very much.
And also to yourself, Mr. Steve Ayorinde. Please welcome the DG Census Board for an official photograph. You want to clap for that intellectual discourse? I mean, that was awesome. And Mr. Moneypoint, is it Moneypoint or eyeballs? The 40 billion, how many billion? We'll come and discuss it later on. I mean, I'm sure that just caught all of us in awe, like, okay, where is this money? You know, Stephanie said something, we're all going to age, so it's important that we start making our plans for, you know, for that. So, yes, DG. It's a gender matter. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we progress by announcing to us that the Lawyers' Corner is getting set. We'll be moving to having a panel discussion shortly for the lawyers, how lawyers go help filmmakers. But before then, we'll have a very quick fireside chat, which is just for 20 minutes, a fireside chat for 20 minutes. And this is for Ijeoma Honor. Please, can you put your hands together for a film, television, and creative industry executive, an expert who has also exported what we do beyond our shores, Ijeoma Honor. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And to moderate this future of Nollywood, paying attention to the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, a filmmaker and founder. A filmmaker and founder Nollywood Travel Film Festival. In fact, I've known this guy more outside Nollywood than it is here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Parrish as he moderates this fireside chat. These are two powerful people within this industry, and they want to come and tell us how we can do well in the diaspora using our content. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you, Ijoma Honor and Michael Parrish. 20 minutes. The mics are working, please. Please confirm too. Thank you. Michael Parrish, over to you, please. But you can, yes, it's go on. It's on. It's on. It's on.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Future of Nollywood. Hello? So this works. Good afternoon. We had this conversation because it's the kind of conversation we've always had. The future of Nollywood and paying attention to diaspora. And we all know how important the diaspora market is, very essential to the growth of our industry. And of course, Ijoma's impact globally has had a lot of force. We cannot overemphasize how much she's done through the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit. So Ijoma, I'll be quick with this. My first question would look at what are your thoughts? Let's look at Nollywood now. What are your thoughts about Nollywood and its impact globally? We've heard the previous panelists, they touched base on some very key discussions, and especially Mr. Femi Odugbemi, who talked about, you know, what the government can do. Unfortunately, the government has been mandated. Every embassy in Nigeria, I can tell you that because I know, every embassy out there, every Nigerian embassy has been mandated to show Nigerian films at the embassy. Every Nigerian embassy was mandated as part of their mandate, but unfortunately that is not happening. From time to time, they try to include it as part of their cultural activities, but that can never be enough because Nollywood happens to be the biggest, you know, part of who we are and how we can be identified internationally. So Ijoma, I don't know how would you look at that in terms of our growth?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Really, this is a subject that, like Michael said, is very important because I believe that the diaspora, you know, with waves over the years will be breached of Nollywood getting out there. I can tell you to a large extent, as far as Africa is concerned, discuss as it should, but one has traveled because we've seen it consumed in Francophone Africa, where some of them even watch it in English and they don't understand, but they can resonate with what they are saying. So it's a journey that has been progressive over the years, and I've always advocated that there is need for us as an industry to look at how to connect with the diaspora. And the reason why we need to connect with them or build those bridges and have that handshake with the diaspora is because, number one, they have money. They also have skills and expertise. And they are in, you know, industries that are more structured. They have access to finance. They have access to infrastructure. You know, the previous panel, we're talking about the Nigerian film, yes, My Father's Shadow, right? Yes, yes. Produced by UK directors but a Nigerian story that actually happened here. But they were able to access money from the BFI, from the British Film Institute. They are the one that funded that film 100%. And those are the kind of things that we actually have to look at, because the producer is based there, the director is based there, and there's a handshake that happens, right? Today, we had, or rather earlier this year in Cannes, we had for the first time an official entry of a Nigerian film, and this was this same movie. No Nigerian film has been released officially at the Cannes Film Festival, but this film was able to, was screened officially in Cannes for the first time. So imagine if there was not, we didn't have this kind of collaboration. I know there's a lot of conversation around if it's a Nigerian film, it's not a Nigerian film, but that's not actually our focus. What we are trying to say is, let's see how we can collaborate with the people out there, the diaspora, in Canada, in UK, in the US, as much as possible, so that we can be able to access other markets.
Okay, so Ijoma, there's something Stephanie said, I stand to be corrected, but talked about, I'm not sure it was Stephanie, but on the panel, there was a conversation about the kind of content the diaspora audience want to consume. I know that in Nigeria, when you watch the local audience,
it was Dr. Tejimola that was saying.
Yeah, oh yes. So want to see all the stars. There's a parade, an array of all the stars. And then when you look at My Father's Shadow, it was the impact. And you realize that the average audience in Nigeria, the film audience, do not know the cast they have on that project. Now, so what would you look at the kind of stories how would you look at the kind of stories that our diasporan audience crave for? And for me, I think it's on two sides, because if you go to the Caribbean, they want to see the faces. I've been to the Caribbean with a number of popular actors, and they were almost mobbed. I've been to a number of countries, with the popular faces, they're almost mobbed. And these are not Nigerians. These are people who have never been to Nigeria. You could talk about Suriname, for example, more events that we should give to them in terms of commercial value. Are we getting enough? Because there's a lot of statistics going around that Hollywood is a 6.4 billion industry. And people would say in the next few years it's going to be 14 billion dollar industry. I don't know where all that money is. I'm sure a lot of us don't see where all those monies are. But we realize that a lot of those monies go to other people who are not us. The streamers, other platforms. So how do we get that value to come to us in terms of what we give to diaspora and what comes back to us, commercial value?
So I think to a large extent, the streamers, right, have actually helped our content to be a lot more discoverable.
Of course, I agree.
Right?
I agree, totally.
So, and then what YouTube has done is democratization of streaming.
Exactly.
Now, if you combine this, let's look at before, pre-streaming. How did the diaspora access content? It was through VCD.
Yes.
Through exportation. There are people who their business was to export DVDs and VCDs, and this is how they were able to access our content.
And I think we must, at this point, give it to people like Peace Osigwe. Please, a round of applause for people like Peace Osigwe. They took it out there. They ensured that our content got to people, in the US and in the Caribbean. So let's not forget that.
Yeah, I think that's also very important to say. So now with the streaming services, with YouTube, okay, it has actually opened up a whole lot more access. It has given access to our content, because access is very critical. Now, a lot of people when their films are released in the cinema, you see people asking them, when are we going to watch it in Canada? When are we going to watch it in so country? When are we going to watch it in UK? Because apparently there are geo-blocking, right, of this right. So most times when you sell your film to Netflix, it's geo-blocked just for Africa.
So there are
people
just a
outside
few
of
movies
Africa
that are seen. And why is this happening? Is it because of the quality or because of the marketing?
No, it has to do with the commercial terms, what the streamer bought. So if a Netflix bought global rights for your film, you're going to see it across territories.
Yeah, but there has to be a reason for them to buy global rights. Are we talking about quality of the film now? So we're talking about the quality of the film.
I want to believe that there are certain, a lot of boxes that they want ticked for them to pick up the global rights. Remember that global rights and Africa rights, all those carving out of rights for different territories, it actually determines the kind of commercial terms, the kind of licensing fees that you get.
And so now, it boils back to the question now, how do we now appeal our global diaspora audience? How do we appeal to them?
I don't think we have a problem of appeal. I believe strongly that the appeal is there, the appetite is there already from the diaspora. The critical issue that we need to address is distribution.
Okay.
Yes. Distribution, either traditional distribution or digital distribution. So the films, a film, for example, was awarded, and there are a lot of films that are coming out. Now, with the exit of the streamers, how will the diaspora access them? How will the diaspora, if there is no Netflix to acquire them, if there's no Prime Video to acquire them, how will the diaspora access these films? No matter how popular and how good that they are locally, how will they be able to access these films? And that brings us to the next issue around distribution. What are we doing as an industry to address our own distribution challenges? I used to ask, and I'm still going to ask it in this event. If you wake up tomorrow and there's no YouTube, I hope some people will survive it. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What is your own next plan? We're not praying. I'm not praying for that to happen. But the truth is, the more we are able to look inwards to ask ourselves, how can we as an industry provide credible alternatives to our distribution issues? When I see people who want to put money in the film, I caution them. I said, this is not the time, because we are still trying to figure out how you're going to make the money back. Right now, there's no clear pathway apart from the cinemas, right? There's no clear pathways. And we have tons of films. A lot of filmmakers are depressed because they've taken money from investors and they can't figure out distribution.
Yeah, but each of us now, I know there are a lot of filmmakers who make films for festivals. They're not looking at YouTube. They are not looking at, they probably look at Netflix and the rest of them if that happens. But I know a number of films that, with big budgets, that have gone around festivals, and then that has created avenue for sales and also, investments. So how would we look at that direction for some filmmakers? Because the impression is that YouTube churns out low-quality Nigerian films. That is the impression people have. Of course, a lot of audiences out there watch YouTube, and then that is the impression of the Nigerian film quality that they see. They do not get the opportunity to see some of the films like Beyond Black Box and the other ones on Netflix, because, like you said, they don't get to the global audience. How are we able to convince people that they can invest more and throw their films on other platforms like YouTube, so that people don't think that the quality of films that come from us are the kind of films that, we parade on our YouTube platforms?
Okay, so, Bolanle was talking about quality versus quantity, right? Chicken and egg. We want quality, but again, the situation we find ourselves in does not actually allow us to be able to produce quality. So which one but she has been able to demonstrate that it's possible for us within the confines of the budget that we have to still deliver quality and make sure that there is return on investments. Now, we need to go back to the genesis or the foundation of this industry, and that is making movies that are commercial. So when you're talking about festivals, arts house films, right? How many producers in Nigeria make art house films? How many producers understand the festival cycle to say, okay, we want to go through the festival window first, okay, and tick that box? Because what it does for you is that it opens you up for international sales.
Okay, so now looking at international sales, recently you had launched the, if I'm correct, the Africa Creative Content Pavilion at MIPCOM.
Yes.
So what was the reason behind that? What's the essence, and what value would it add to our industry?
Because it got to a point where, everybody seems to be, a lot of people, not everybody, seems to be stuck with distribution. And what is the solution to distribution? 15, almost 20 years ago, a couple of people sitting in this room used to travel with me across different markets to go and sell their content. And I know that beyond being okay locally, our industry is self-sustained. We have a very strong local content industry, and that is why our films can compete 50-50 with Hollywood. But I've also stepped out there, and I know that there is also a lot of opportunities. And I can tell you...
So sorry, when you say compete 50-50, you mean
in
our
the
local markets?
In cinemas.
In our local markets.
Right now, Hollywood and Nollywood are 50-50.
Okay.
Right? But, and some people have understood that space and they are tapping into it. But I'm also saying that outside of Nigeria, at the international markets, right, we can open up opportunities. And that is what we did with launching last month in France. We launched the Creative Africa Content Pavilion. In 2026, we are going to be taking producers to at least 5 international markets, from from Match the Film to the TV market, MICOM, to American film markets. So we've identified key markets.
So there are 5 key markets you identified?
Yes, we've identified 5 key markets globally that we believe that when we create the platform. So NIFS supported a couple of producers, right, with the badge, because these things are very expensive. So, and what we also did was to make sure we train them. You need to be market ready. There's a whole lot of things that are involved. It's not tourism. You're not going there to look at, to have pleasure. No, it's work. So we make sure that when we're taking delegations, we're taking people under this Creative Africa Content Pavilion, we train them, we help them, we bring experts from abroad to help them understand international business. There are basic things that every producer should know when you are trying to sell your film. What are the commercial terms? What are the marketing elements that will even make people appreciate your content? So those are the things that we want, those are the solutions and the opportunities that we believe that if we build capacity in this area, helping people to even understand the festival cycle, helping them to understand impact films. The law of, Bolanle talks about how she got money from foundations to run. People do not understand that they don't need to use their money to make films. There's a huge world that I was exposed to at Berlin and also at Cannes, that, clearly there is opportunity for impact films. We're talking about climate change now. That's the new bay. How many people have actually made anything on climate change? How many people have actually gone to pitch, look at NGOs who are at the forefront of climate change and say, listen, we can amplify your message with films?
Okay, so these are very, very important. This is a very, very important point. But for the producers, how do they get involved in some of the things you do? Because I've heard people complain, just like the way they'll complain, about the things I do, that they don't get carried along. How do they get involved? How can they be part of what you're doing? And how do they understand the dynamics of you know, what it takes to put their film out there so that the global audience, a lot of people create content in Nigeria for the local markets.
Absolutely.
Because that is where they think their reach is. But it's time we need to make them understand that beyond the local market, there are bigger markets out there. Ruth Kadri a few days ago launched a new YouTube platform for the French markets. Okay. And the reception in Gabon was huge. So when you look at the Francophone African market alone, it's massive. And then you look at the Caribbean market, it's massive. How are we able to put together a program or structure that gives people a guidance on how they can go about pushing the products into this new market, into these markets that exist that they don't know how to push?
Okay, so I believe strongly that this is what, you know,
because a lot of people here have said they have content. They go to Film One, it's difficult. They go to Nile, it's difficult. They go to the platform, it's difficult. They can't even have it on Netflix. They have YouTube, but even on YouTube, even when they make small monies, there are other channels on YouTube that they can take advantage of. How do they push these products?
So what we did, one of the things we did this year was we launched a program, the International Sales and Distribution Executives Program. It was our pilots, and we just took 12 young people. And what we did for 3 months, we helped them to understand international business. Everything from raising money to distribution, the things you need to understand if you want to sell and if you want to distribute your content globally. A lot of people in this room do not have that knowledge. So there is a huge knowledge gap that we need to fill. And that is why platforms like CEOs, top level people in industry globally, to mentor these people, to train them, to help them to understand the different opportunities that exist outside of Nigeria. I'm not even saying that you should not continue what you're doing locally, but we're also saying that there's a lot more that you can benefit from, but because you do not understand the space. So the first assignment for me, and what we're trying to do next year, one of the things, apart from the Creative Africa Pavilion that we launched in France last month, is to also train a lot more people, look for partners that can support people here. Filmmakers who have made films for Netflix, they are not buying it. Made film for Amazon, they are not buying it. Can we get partners that can support them to go out to markets and be able to pitch and be able to screen, organize market screenings for them so that sales agents can see this content? Please, and have those...
I want you to briefly just, can you explain the importance of market screening? Because over the years, I've talked about that, and a lot of people don't seem to understand the importance of market screening. So maybe you want to talk a bit about market screening.
So you can't talk about festivals and markets and not, be able to understand market screenings. What it does is it brings the buyers in the room. You promote your film to buyers, to international buyers. And then the day you're screening your film, they are in the room. They are the first to look at it to say, okay, I think this can work for our territory. I think this can. And then, it's either they give minimum guarantee or, there are different commercial models that you can actually get. But the most important thing is the exposure. Your films need to be exposed. And part of your marketing strategy, we always say that if you have a production budget. I've seen production budgets, and I didn't see anything on marketing. It doesn't make sense. So if you spend 100 million on producing, and honestly, you should have another 100 million to market that film. If you are serious, go and check those who are succeeding. These are some of the things they are doing. They are investing heavily in their marketing, in their branding. So you go to market. You see all this kind of, box. People are displaying their films, investing in bringing their films and giving it the kind of visibility that can make a buyer, a potential buyer, because you need to create appetites. No matter how good your film is, if it's sitting down in a hard drive, nobody knows about it. Good film, everything ticks all the boxes. It's not going to make your money back. So you need to understand the things you need to do, how you can pick it, put it out there. And that's what I'm committed to. Holding producers, teaching them some of these things, educating them, building capacity, exposing them. And most importantly, listen, I'm not saying that, when you go to the market, you will blow, but just start from somewhere. Build your network. Build your international network so that tomorrow when you gather 50 cards from this market and you have a new release, you're sending it out to them and they're saying, okay, we are interested, want to pick this for this territory. So you start one step at a time. But the key thing I want everybody here to understand is that there are opportunities out there that if we don't harness it as an industry, we are practically leaving money on the table.
Thank you so much, Ijoma. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Ijoma. Thank you so much. Please remember, marketing is key. Marketing is key.
And just one more thing before I drop the mic. Please go to our website and subscribe to our newsletters. If you're not, I'm not sure, a lot of people in this room already get the NIFS newsletter where you get all the information around the things we are doing. It will profit you. Go to nifsummit.com and subscribe to the newsletter, or you can follow us on Instagram at nifsummit so that you can get this update and be part of what we are doing, because we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for people like you so that you can transform and elevate your career in the film industry.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Ijoma.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me. This is another very intelligent discourse here. Thank you very much, Michael Parrish and Ijoma. An official photograph will be taken here. Where are the photographers? Where are the photographers? Okay. Guys, are you guys on recess? All right. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ijoma. That was quite insightful and reminding us there's a whole lot ahead of us, as an industry. Thank you. So we'll move straight to the next panel. This panel is about the lawyers and what the lawyers.
Please permit me. This next panel, in fact, that was supposed to be the main theme for the festival. For the conference. And you know how it's titled. Please, the documents on your, while we are waiting for the physical copies of the something, if you go to the program, scan it, you will see the program. It's titled Waiting Lawyers, how lawyers go help Nollywood. And we have the very best in the industry. It's there, if you check the program. How Hollywood. So I leave you to the MC.
Thank you very much, Sir Edie. All right. So quickly, the topic of discussion is IP management and administration. IP management and administration. Yes. How lawyers go help filmmakers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not tired, please join me as I welcome the panelists to come on stage and then be seated before we have the keynote remarks. A filmmaker of repute. I can remember years in Nollywood, confirmed filmmaker, and then of course a legal practitioner, Barrister Norbert Ajegbo. Please round of applause for Barrister Norbert Ajegbo. Thank you very much. Thank you. You came in quite early and you've been really participatory. Thank you very much. Also to join us on the panel, we have a film and corporate lawyer. The head of legal, Ebony Life Group. Omotayo Queen Inakoju. Please round of applause for her. Thank you. All right. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right. Also to join us on this panel is the Managing Associate Law Firm of Douale. Ovia and Alex Adedie. That's DOA. Managing Associate Law Firm, DOA. Tomiwa Ogunbanwo. Please a round of applause for Tomiwa Ogunbanwo. Tomiwa Ogumbawo. Okay. We'll also have on the panel Corporate Technology and Entertainment Council, Corporate Technology and Entertainment Council, Emmanuel Nkamari. Emmanuel Nkamari. All right, he's coming. Thank you. And of course, the next is the entertainment and IP lawyer. He's an entertainment and IP lawyer, Barrister Yemisi Falai. Barrister Yemisi Falai. Ladies, oh, he's here. File. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I suspected you were a lawyer. All right, the second, ladies and gentlemen, IP management and administration. How lawyers go hell to moderate this session. Please welcome a stage and screen actor, producer, and production consultant. One I call Monsignor Francis Kainebi Onwochie, FTA, FDGM. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, moderator, sir. And then to give us a keynote remark on this, ladies and gentlemen, a partner, the Health, Intellectual Property and Technology Practice of Olajide Oyewole LLP. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sandra Oyewole. A round of applause for Sandra Oyewole. Oh, she's on the screen. Okay, great.
Okay.
Sit, sir.
Can you hear me?
Media, please help us, connect us. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. Can I go ahead? I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, please go ahead. Very loud and clear too. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody in attendance. Great to see the lineup of panelists that are going to be discussing this all-important subject. But before I go into this, I just want to comment briefly on the previous fireside chat with Michael and Ijoma. And I just want to say that whilst content is king, distribution is queen. So this speaks to what Ijoma was talking about, and I very much agree with that. So in terms of how lawyers go help filmmakers, it made me think about the late Ifere Ozako and his workshop that he used to hold many years ago, Waiting Lawyers They Do Serve. And these workshops allow you to get a very good sense of what IP lawyers actually do. So if we look at the cycle of making a film from concept to distribution, you have the IP lawyer that will come on board and they will advise on the applicable laws. They will advise on the exclusive and economic rights in the film. They will advise on how the film can be exploited and where revenue can be generated from. They will help to verify ownership rights. They will assist in the drafting and the negotiation of critical contracts with the different third-party partners that you go into deals with. They will assist with the registration of intellectual property where that is necessary. They will also help with the clearance of third-party rights. Where revenue and distribution is concerned, they can help with the protection and the division of all of that. And in the unfortunate event of any dispute, they can support in terms of advice. They can also provide mediation services. And if it has to go to court, they can support where that is concerned. In terms of best practice, we are typically asked, at what point should the IP lawyer be brought into the project? And as a legal practitioner, I can tell you there are just too many horror stories of filmmakers and their partners that have almost concluded the production with not one single contract in place. The short contracts are vital. In place, things like creative control, how to share the profits. Those are different things that can crop up if you don't bring the lawyers in from the Another aspect is helping ensure that, and this chain of title is critical when it comes to film financing and revenue generation. And I'll talk a little bit about that within the time that I have later on. I also want to talk about the traits of the IP lawyer. As a young lawyer, I was told about the consigliere, and many of us here will know that from the very famous film, The Godfather. And what does it mean? It means a trusted, influential advisor. And the truth of the matter is that for most IP lawyers, that is our aim, to be the go-to legal advisor of our filmmaker clients. We help with the business strategy. We help to resolve problems. We are proactive. We provide advice on complex legal issues, and we also touch on day-to-day issues. We're even there to guide on succession. Today, you are a young filmmaker, but tomorrow you may be much older. And we're there to help in terms of your assets, identifying what those actually are, and how to best dispose of them in the event that you are no longer able to continue producing films. We also help with building a sustainable business. We abide by a code of ethics. We are experts. We have the experience that is needed. We are typically passionate about the industry. Another critical thing to note is that where the consigliere is concerned, where this trusted relationship is concerned, is that it is built over time. It is not something that happens overnight. And there are many seasoned filmmakers in the room today that do have their own consiglieres that they work with where their film production is concerned. Another area that I think I would like to touch on in the time that I have is the valuation of film and financing. As we know, IP means intellectual property. It's an intangible asset with a value, but that value varies. Now, valuation is critical in film financing. This is what will determine the access that the filmmaker has to funds. How do you value IP? It's complex, and you need the requisite expertise. And a lot of the time, that expertise comes from the IP lawyer themselves. The IP lawyer will guide you on things like what exactly the intellectual property is, what is the IP that is actually being valued, who owns it, what are the exclusive or economic rights that are in that IP, what was the cost of production, what is the estimated revenue generation, what is the market value of similar works, how much does the filmmaker, he or herself, actually think that film is worth. All of this together help to determine the value. And once you're in that position where you can determine the value, it allows you to go to the funds, whether it's public sector funds, private sector funds, to discuss with them about investing in your film. Again, the lawyer is vital in the deal structuring and the negotiation and the services that you require. I don't think I can conclude this keynote without talking a little bit about how AI is disrupting the film world and the role of the IP lawyer in this. Nigeria is no exception. It is very much embracing the use of AI in the cultural and creative industries, whether it's to develop scripts and characters. We have channels like Pop Central. We have films like Make Nation, which are evidence of AI in use in the content. The AI content is actually getting better. It is no longer obvious that it was AI generated. In my office, we recently received an AI-generated content of our clients' own work. So the fact is that this technology is most definitely disrupting, and its impact is looking at causing job loss. There's definitely infringement to consider. There are data privacy concerns to consider. There's also the fear of being left behind, matters relating to bias and ethics, as well as deepfake. All are part of what the filmmaker has to consider. We will help with advising on best practices. An IP lawyer typically has transcended into a tech lawyer, and a tech lawyer has had to transcend into an AI lawyer. We are able to guide on the risks. We're able to point out what the copyright issues are. We can even guide where the matters of job loss are concerned. Whilst Nigeria does not have specific legislation on AI, our Federal Executive Council recently approved our national AI strategy. We also have a number of sectoral laws that are applicable to the use of AI in our work, whether it's our Copyright Act, our Data Protection Act, and even our Cybersecurity Act. And the filmmaker must understand that they are not immune to these laws. These laws are applicable to the use of AI. In the remaining minutes that I have, I want to touch briefly on things like advisory boards, the regulators, and the National Intellectual Property Policy and Strategy. Now, many of the filmmakers in the room will be entering into contracts in their business names or their companies, even in their individual capacities. And these are businesses. And I would strongly recommend that these businesses, if you don't already have it in place, that you look at putting together an advisory board that includes an IP lawyer. These advisory boards are there to guide and advise on your plans. They are there to interrogate your plans. They are there to ensure discipline. They also have access to networks and ideas. They are part of what will ensure that you have a sustainable business. Where the regulators are concerned today, I think why I want to talk about this is that while we know that the law typically tends to play catch-up, that is no longer possible with the rate at which technology is upskilling and expanding and growing. The scope and pace at which AI is growing is just phenomenal. And it's no longer a case of the law is playing catch-up. It's now a case of the regulators themselves have to be agile in terms of the kind of regulations that they put out there such that they can cope with the pace and speed at which the technology is being developed. Now, this is where the IP lawyer actually comes in. The IP lawyer serves as a midwife between the private sector on the one hand and the public sector on the other. And we can guide and speak about what the pain points actually are such that the regulators have a good sense of what is going on in the private sector. And this helps in terms of the development of the regulation that ultimately comes out. Finally, with Nigeria's policy and intellectual property policy and strategy in place, I would say that this is a policy and strategy that is critical to our filmmakers. It is worthwhile to understand what this policy is all about. And again, this is where the IP lawyers come in, such that we can guide on the provisions and how it impacts on all of you. This is a high-level commentary on how IP lawyers can help. It also shows that we are vital to the cultural and creative industries and that we are part of its growth and development. And I would say thank you very much for the opportunity to give this 10-minute keynote, and I'll hand back to the moderator.
And so, thank you, Oyewole, Madam Oyewole, the barrister, for the keynote address. We appreciate you. We thank you. Ordinarily, that would have, presented a position for us to take off from. But let me also, is she still going on to be on there, right? Oh, excellent. Okay, so let me formally welcome us all to this very important session. The organizers have said it. This is so important, and I do wish that the creatives in the house take it as such. What are we discussing? Intellectual property, management, and administration. How lawyers will help how lawyers go help filmmakers. Many years ago, and I'm sure Oyewole talked about it as well. Right in this room, you find that Ifero Zako every year holds this conference, how waiting lawyers they do sell. And he saw the future. He saw the future and the significance of intellectual property, rights, management, and all of that. So for this session, the strategy I'm going to devise is for the panelists to open their comments after I have spoken. There will be opportunity to spend the next 5 minutes going into the house and then come back for, closing remarks. So intellectual property, we're talking about protection, the markets, how to monetize it, and the sustainability that comes with it, and of course, cross-border opportunities. What is intellectual property? I'd like to take off from there. What is intellectual property? And Madam, you are a bit too far off. Oh, okay, so it's fine. So let's start from there so that we can have a basis for this conversation. Ajegbo, do you want to set this off? Yes.
I believe your question is what is intellectual property? Intellectual property generally is an incorporeal property. It is, you have real property, the ones you see. But these are also properties that you don't see. They're incorporeal. They're not real, they're incorporeal, but they exist. So generally, that's the simple way to explain what intellectual property is. It is broad. It is not limited to audiovisual works. It is broad. We have copyrights, we have patent rights, and the rest of them. So intellectual property generally is talking about all manner of incorporeal rights. So that's the simple meaning of intellectual property.
Okay, I actually mentioned him because his name is what I can recall immediately. I mean, I know that there's Tomiwa, there's Emmanuel, and then there's Yemisi Omotayo. Okay, good. So, for copyright, there is, in my view, so I'm going to talk about the problem. I'm going to give us a problem so that we can speak to the things that appear to be like the solution. So, in my view, there is weak copyright administration. There is slow registration process. I mean, these are the experiences I've come up with a few people that I've talked to. There is fragmented database. For instance, if you go to the commission now to understand in full how many people have actually indeed registered, completed the registration of their intellectual property works. And then, of course, widespread unauthorized distribution. I know I've listened on TV some time ago in Ghana, some people were abusing the rights of Nigerian producers and all of that. So I think there is widespread unauthorized, distribution in that regard. I want you to speak to these problems and how we can begin to look at resolving some of those things that appear as challenges. Emmanuel, you want to take off from this? And then, of course, you, and then you, Madam. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, and pleasure to be here. First of all, I would say that in my experience advising filmmakers or people in the intellectual property space, what you find is the dysfunction that Nigeria has widespread into the creative industry. I've always seen, for a long time, I always saw rule of law as something that stood far away from creativity. It looked more as a political concept. It looked more like a concept that didn't really merge with creativity. But the more you look, the more you find that in countries or in economic markets where you have the rule of law, where you have proper structures for things being done in a proper way, you then find that you're then able to get the highest economic benefits from those sort of markets. And that's the problem that I see with Nigeria. It's not just the copyright. The trademark industries, the lawyers, the section of business law of the MBA itself is constantly trying to engage to say, what are these platforms that were being given to use for registrations? What are these systems for registrations? They seem to not be effective. They seem to not be able to help us protect our intellectual property. On the trademark side, for example, you have the issue that the law grants you a priority of registration, first come, first serve. But you then find that people are able to go to the trademark registry and pay to fast-track their applications. And I applied before you, and I find that you've gone to get something that I applied before you before me. So you find that lack of rule of law, that lack of due process eating into our economic rights, the ability to derive properly from our economic rights. And I feel that that's the stem of our problem. That's where it starts from.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you speak to it, but also added to it with the understanding of the idea that there is limited understanding of monetization structures. So while you speak to the topic on ground, and from the point of view of how lawyers will fit help practitioners with limited understanding of monetization structures.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today and even to have a session like this where we are really discussing intellectual property and film law. Because when you come to gatherings like this, they're talking about distribution, talking about production, but they hardly talk about intellectual property, which is the reason why we even have the entertainment industry in the first place. So now to the question, I would say that when it comes to intellectual property, like my co-panelist has said, intellectual property is basically the creation of your intellect. Anything that you can think about and you execute it, and it becomes helpful to other people. People enjoy it, people can perceive it, then it is automatically your intellectual property. Now, intellectual property can be in different forms. The first one is your creative ideas, meaning your films, your music, right? And the next one is actually your trademark, which is any mark that can be used to identify you as a filmmaker or the product that you have created. Anytime you're watching a film and you see CAP, you easily think of Kunle Afolayan production. That is his trademark. So whatever it is that you can use to identify yourself as a filmmaker or your products, then that is your trademark. So let me leave it at that too, which are the ones that are mostly applicable in the industry. Now, when we come to the challenges facing filmmakers, you know, I represent a lot of filmmakers and I register all these IP assets for them. In fact, there are trademark registrations that I've applied for since 2022, and up till now, it is not out yet. It has not been published. I was having that conversation with my colleague in the office some time ago, and I was like, what does it take for you to list people's name, list their trademark, and publish it? Like, how complicated can it be that it must take you 4 years, 5 years before you can get it done? So sometimes it's as if they just want to make it so hard that people become uninterested in the process. And I don't know what they gain from that, right? Especially trademark. If copyright is easier, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, you can get your copyright registered. But trademark, that is a very, very big pain.
All right.
Right? So when it comes to all these issues, I think it's something that we can always put structures in place to fast track the process. If I can get my mark registered within 2 weeks, filmmakers will be excited. But each time I tell them that, oh, this thing takes years, they will be like, no, let's do copyright first. Let's do copyright first. Because they want to get results. So if you are not even executing these things well, how do you encourage them to take steps to protect the intellectual property?
All right, thank you very much. In a few seconds, I'm going to come to Yemisi, and then I'll come to members in the house. Maybe you have questions, and don't forget that we still have our keynote speaker waiting in case you want her to attend to a few questions, or for whatever it's worth for the panelists. And then after the microphone has come into the house, and then we'll do closing sessions. But to come to you, madam, can you speak to this? And also, I'll give you my mic. And also, the over-reliance of creatives on informal agreements. I know that informal agreement holds, but I think some of the challenges can be that we over-rely on, informal agreements. I mean, speak to the topics generally, and then, of course, add this to that.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm not taking it for granted. I appreciate the invitation. So I'd like to see the glass half filled rather than half empty. This is obviously with due respect to the views of my legal colleagues that have spoken earlier. What I'm about to say, I'm sure Mrs. Oyewole would testify, because I know she's been in practice for way longer than I am. I'm actually, I'm actually 20 years at the bar. I've been practicing law for 20 years now. Things were thoroughly bad when I started practicing law, particularly at the Trademarks Registry. However, okay, for instance, then everything was done manually. You would take cash to the registry, they will issue receipts, handwritten. It took forever to look for, if you were to conduct a search, they would, conduct the search manually, junks everywhere, and, it was very, very terrible. People like us then, when I started practicing law as an intellectual property lawyer, I got into a lot of troubles because we were dealing with foreign clients and they couldn't understand why it would take 1 year to even get an acceptance form after your application has been filed. But luckily nowadays is way better. Things are done digitally now. When you file an application at the Trademarks Registry, you automatically get your acknowledgement form. Though it may take a while to complete the process, but trust me, it's way better than how it was when people like me started practice. Informal agreements in the creative ecosystem. Honestly, that's the main reason why people complain about entertainment industry in Nigeria not thriving. Gentleman handshake without a lawyer involved, without formally entering into an agreement to prior to when you start to conduct business. It happens in the music industry. Obviously, it's happening in the movie industry as well. For the life of me, I don't know why you would you decide to co-produce a movie with another person without a formal agreement, without properly defining rights, without properly defining ROIs, without properly defining how you would share the revenue, without putting things in place formally, getting a lawyer to draft an agreement for you, and executing your project afterwards. Without you signing an agreement, getting a lawyer to define your relationship with whoever it is you want to enter into any form of business with in the industry, trust me, time will be wasted, money will be wasted, resources will be wasted. On the other hand, if you do it properly, get a lawyer to review agreements for you, sign agreement, draft agreement for you, rest assured that you will make more money, you preserve relationships, and overall, the industry will thrive.
Thank you. Ajegbo wanted to come in before the House.
Okay, thank you so much, Moderator. Initially, you mentioned the issue of the legal framework not being, the laws not being good enough. But in my opinion, I think they are essentially sufficient. Okay, maybe let me say not sufficient, but substantial to govern, to administer practice in the industry. Take, for instance, the problem essentially lies with the practitioners. They are evasive. They don't like bringing lawyers in. They avoid lawyers, maybe because of the little money they will spend. And I can tell you authoritatively that the lawyer is as important as every member of your crew. Very important from the beginning to the end, which is distribution. Even before commencement of film, the non-disclosure agreement, most times you don't do that. You prefer to settle dispute or to enter into dispute. And even in the course of the business itself, the film business itself, you find out that the contemplation of the parties might be very different from the essential outcome. Maybe you never intended to see this particular movie blow, make a lot of money, a huge outcome. But at the end of the day, by the time you begin to find all of that, you see parties begin to change their demeanor, their initial position. And that is what brings about this, because there is no agreement. Because even the laws themselves respect rank as prerogative the intention of the parties when reduced to an agreement. But most times, the filmmakers, they avoid all of that, creating room for exploitation and dispute. And even Oscar, you find some of the people, some of those who, because assuming the producer managed to get a contract, maybe a standard form contract, a contract draft for every crew. You as a crew member or a cast, you need to negotiate it as well. You need a lawyer to negotiate it. If you lose your negotiating power, some of your rights, your collaborative rights may be ousted out. Then if you talk about copyright administration, which is actually where I think I will agree that we'll have some level of weakness, enforcement of copyright. The question is, how many practitioners have ever dared to petition the Copyright Commission on an infringement? How many? Talking about the registration, because copyright, like I always say, it never doesn't confer copyright in itself. For instance, the Copyright Commission, how many filmmakers have actually dared to go and register their work with the Copyright Commission? So most times you find out that we are complacent. We ignore most of those things except when there is a dispute. And again, there are some other things that we need to adhere strictly, even in those days of ignorance. Filmmakers were really doing it. But I find out that whenever there is dispute, you get into now, you see that filmmakers begin to neglect them. Things like the warning card on the film. Very important, because most times, like I said, there is nobody anywhere who confers copyright on your works. A green on the screen might actually be the way out to show who owns the film, and maybe the things that apply or not that doesn't apply, because most times we live on assumption that this is the standard. This warning card that said this movie and the so and so soundtrack belongs to so and so person. Any unauthorized exhibition, the warning card, most filmmakers understand what I'm talking about. Most filmmakers now ignore it. And you find some people going back to exploit a soundtrack that they have, originally surrendered the film and then has been published in Nigeria before. Right. So most of all of these things are things a lawyer will do for you. Are you getting it? So there is need to have lawyer from the beginning, no matter how it is. Always as you're budgeting for your group, budget for your lawyer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ajegbo. I'm coming into the house now. I hope there is somebody to pass on the microphone. There will be opportunities for two or three, two interventions. And when we come back, Madam Oyewole will speak to us, speak to some of the questions that's been raised. And also, because the idea is how lawyers go help. So, I'm going to talk how they go help us. Right? No, when we come back, man, then you can't talk how you will help us. So somebody's raising the hand somewhere.
All right.
DG.
The topic is very dear to my heart. That's why I chased Madam Yemisi, Omotayo, and Emmanuel. And then, of course, Madam, I followed her to US to be on this panel. And the thing is that I have heard a lot of people say it's very expensive to engage lawyers. And that's why they don't go near them. And that when they engage lawyers will now ask them, how much is the cost of production? And you hear 100 million. They will not begin to, they will not begin to. So I want to ask in small language, is it expensive to engage a lawyer in the film industry? Is it expensive to engage? And I really want them to answer, is it expensive to engage a lawyer? I don't know why Madam Yemisi ran to collect the phone. No, but she's the right person to answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what I'll say is, if you have, is that Yemi Murafa? No, okay. If you have 100,000 naira budget for a movie, and you earmark perhaps 10 million naira for the director, I think you should double the lawyers, because if you do not double the lawyers' fee, if you do not double the lawyer's fee at the pre-production stage, at some point during post-production, particularly post-release, you would triple the lawyer's fee to hire the lawyer for legal process. So when you budget, when you want to start production, ensure that your lawyer is the highest paid, because that lawyer is the one that would ensure that you don't get into trouble in future. Thank you.
Chair.
Wait. Just so that we're all sure that we are saying the same thing. If you are saying your recommendation is that if you have 100 million naira as the budget of your film, let us say you are paying your director 10 million naira for the benefit of, we should make legal fees for that project
20 million naira. Yes, sir.
Now, so lawyers go help.
Otherwise.
Wow. Okay,
See,
question.
so-
You'll come back. Other questions.
All right, hold on.
No. Let him come.
Sorry, I want to hear Mr. Babatokwe. I'm so sorry, sir. You said what, sir?
Babatokwe will talk after Chidi.
Okay, thank you so very much. You see, I don't have a problem. I'm a producer, and that's why I'm really very concerned. While you were saying this, I was sitting down here and I'm going to give to a potential sponsor. When I tell him that there's a 20 million naira budget for a lawyer, the thing that gets into his head is that this man actually wants to make trouble. That is what he thinks. If he can budget 20 million out of the 100 million for a lawyer, he's getting ready for trouble. That's a Nigerian mentality budget, and he sees the budget that you are making for a lawyer will hide the legal fee somewhere, and it's very minimal. So we'll come to you, and the lawyer is saying, oh, 100 million, giving me 5 million. You are not ready. So most times we take a chance. It's a dice. We say, okay, let's pray that there's no problem here. So yes, it happens. So the reason we don't make that budget is, one, it's a red flag for our sponsor. It's a red flag for our sponsor. And when we make that budget, we call and we say, okay, Shuaibu is my friend. He's a lawyer. If I call Shuaibu, I'll give him 500,000. It's going to. But most times, that Shuaibu might not give you the services that you require, because you just gave him 500,000 naira as a friend. So I want you also, as lawyers, what we are trying to engage you is that we think we have a problem. We are saying, what can lawyers do to help us? If you're coming to help us, we are paying you 20 million. That's a problem.
Okay, thank you, Chidi.
So another issue I want to discuss is the issue of trademark. You see, for us, if we think trademark is a problem, let us see how we can aggravate this problem. Let's make it known to everybody. You are telling us that it takes 5 years or 4 years to get our trademark, so let's make noise. Let us, as filmmakers, begin to discuss this issue. So let those people escalate it, that's the word. Escalate it, so they know that this is very important for us, the issue of trademark. So those people who make it very difficult for us to get it should know. We have the voice, we have a voice. So I'm appealing to other filmmakers. Now they've said that it takes them 5 years or 4 years. Let us begin to escalate it. Let us begin to say it broadcast it to everybody who needs to know that there's an issue, and this issue should be well looked into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Baba Tokwe.
So just a quick comment. I think that the legal side of things with the industry very, very important, but I think we need to think about it very holistically. Where we are as an industry, the legal component is very, very important. But when we look at it holistically, particularly the economic framework of Nollywood, we also have to be very realistic, so that we're not, on one hand, as we want to professionalize the sector, not also disincentivizing the sector as well. So by that, I'm just appealing that these professional services should be made available, but in a cost-friendly way, or in a way where it's also tailored to projects, so that it's project specific. So I think that's something we all need to be thinking about as a sector.
So thank you. I think that's it from the House. Okay.
Okay.
Give him microphone, please.
Film. First, he says, this legal section is cracking me up, but I have a class. We join later. Standard international rate, though, is 1 to 5%, while some small productions negotiate flat fees. So I don't know where MBC gets those figures.
Okay, moderator, sir, please. Let's hear from copyright.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to make a comment. Let us start by understanding the topic of discourse, which says, waiting lawyers fit help us, or how can lawyers help us? Let me just put it in a simple way. We have to understand that you need a lawyer. If you don't get a lawyer involved right from the beginning, right from negotiating contract, right from looking for money, you might end up buying a lawsuit that 200 million you spent will be lost. So when you understand the importance of a lawyer in getting into the negotiation in the first place, you won't think twice about paying the lawyer. And there are so many ways you can negotiate. Can I land, please? There are so many ways you can also discuss with the lawyer. It must not always be physical cash from the beginning. It could be an equity share. The lawyer can contribute as maybe a part of the shareholders in the business. But it is very important that you get a lawyer. It helps you understand the business. It helps you understand the contract. If you don't get a lawyer, you might end up buying a lawsuit, which will cost you more, which will take you years in court. And at the end of the day, you might not make anything.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hold on a second. I see that this guy is a doctor. I know we like to leave him. And he's a former president. Okay, give it to Okai. You don't do. Now only two will be one before.
You know, say, me now, Wahala, I always bring to the table. Yeah, me see, I'm taking you up.
No.
Yeah. See, for me, this is nothing short of avarice. You cannot intimidate us. And you cannot be putting fear in order to extort. I'm using my language deliberately. We are supposed to be partners. Look, when I was planning the film, you were not a part of it. You cannot now be eyeing and wanting equity in what you did not. See, lawyers is like buying insurance. Okay? Insurance is a budget item. It's a line item in the budget. Legal is a line item in the budget. As you have directors, as you have every other thing. To make it seem like law is the order, or if you not do, therefore the whole thing nothing go happen. That's the truth. Okay. What I would say, wait, sorry, don't get me wrong. It is important. It is important to have a lawyer who is your friend and your partner. Not people who invoke fear in you. Get a lawyer who you will grow with, who will grow with you, help you develop your business. These are the kind of... Wait. Don't give up my
Dr. Hi.
I'm running.
Hold on a second. I am moderating. Hold on, listen to me.
Let me round it up.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Sir. Okay, sir.
I'm the moderator.
Okay.
So this is timed. I want you to wrap up in 30 seconds so that we can continue.
It may even be less.
All right.
What I want to say is this. This is a nascent industry, still very young. If the lawyers want to work with us, let them work with us. Don't intimidate us.
Thank you.
Let us grow together and take this industry to where if you want 20 million, you will get it. You want 30 million, you will get it. But don't kill us before we take off.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. All right. Hold on a second, ma'am. Hold on a second, ma'am. I think it's not an issue for Yemisi. She's just giving her own thoughts and ideas. And she's not speaking for the Nigerian Bar Association. She's an independent practitioner. All right, so, Madam Oyewale, I'm coming to you. I need you to, take a general assessment of the mood of the House and speak to the topic. I'll come back to you, panelists. So, Madam Oyewale, the mood of the House, speak to it with the idea that, one, don't forget that practitioners seem to have limited understanding of monetization structures, and then, they need to build teams that understand revenue, also that understand revenue. That's in addition to understanding the place of legal interventions in your business. So speak to this General House on that, and then I'll come to my panelists.
Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, man. Unmute, yes.
But it's not responding.
No, we can
okay,
hear
there
you.
we go.
Ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, some very interesting discussions, and in a way, I'm glad I'm watching it remotely because shots were being fired left, right, and center. So, when I was giving my keynote, I deliberately did not talk about legal fees. Why? Because it's a whole master class. It is complicated. You have the filmmakers on the one hand, you have the lawyers on the other, and I did say at the start that one of the traits of the IP lawyer is that they are passionate about the industry. And what you will find, and I'm speaking every sense of responsibility here, is that the truth of the matter is that the investor also has their own lawyer. Believe you me, they are being advised. And their own lawyer is going to fight for the best terms for them. And those terms may not necessarily be in your own interest. So you want your own legal representative to also be able to fight for you in your own corner and get the best deal for you. And I'll leave it at that on the matter of legal fees, because as I said, this requires an entire masterclass of the discussion. The other point that I want to make is on the issue of infringement and the regulators and the struggles that they have. The fact of the matter is that the intellectual property policy and strategy that was recently approved was designed to deal with the challenges that we face when it comes to registering our trademark. The truth of the matter is that the regulators are severely under-resourced in terms of finances. You need money to run those offices, and with the funding that they need in place, I'm very sure that we will see improvements. One of my colleagues on the panel spoke about how things were close to 2 decades ago, and there's definitely been a lot of improvement. I would also say, as a final note, that when I started in this industry, I've been a lawyer for over 30 years, and I've been practicing in the CCI for just over 20 years. People's works were being infringed willy-nilly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, people's works were being infringed willy-nilly. And I remember when I looked at it, I was like, no. We must issue notice of unauthorized use. And I was told it's not going to work, that the stakeholders in the industry will not listen. We started writing those letters. In fact, that is what made Ifere and I become friends, because his own client, a filmmaker, used my own client's work without authority, without permission. And we resolved it. And where I'm going now is that there's less inclination, there's less use of unauthorized works. It's still there, it's still going on, but it's nowhere near what it used to be in the old days. It's work in progress, and it just requires a combination of factors to help bring it down. One is the lawyers, one is an understanding of your rights, one is a willingness to actually go after the infringers. Last but not least, certainly that intellectual property policy and strategy, the government needs to get behind it. It needs to provide the resources that are needed to make sure that all the provisions in there that deal with upskilling and providing the resources for the regulators are provided. It also needs to deal with the updating of our laws. Unfortunately, our trademark and patent laws are very much outdated, and a whole bunch of other things. So I think that will wrap up what I will say with regards to the mood in the room and the questions that I was asked. Back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So as I come back to the panelists for a wrap-up, their concluding statements, you use it to now address some of the things you wanted to say and then close. So I'll start with Emmanuel.
Thank you, sir. It's been a very wholesome conversation around how lawyers go help the industry. And for me, I would say this, that the tension arises more from when people approach legal services and legal advisory from a perspective of nothing will happen. And nothing would happen can run into a lot of problems. A personal experience is I had a dual national who's a Nigerian and a national of another country who was trying to film for 3 years and thought that she could do things herself. And only just finished filming this year, principal photography this year, because I came on board and I gave very nuanced legal advice on that. So I'd say that even more than music, in film, you need your lawyer on your advisory team. You need them on a day-to-day basis because there are too many risks. So it is more from a benefit for benefit perspective that we should address fees or approach fees, more from a value to value perspective, as opposed to nothing will happen or nothing can happen.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would say that when it comes to having a lawyer on board, I would say is more of guiding against something happening than the thing should happen, then you are looking for a way to sort it. So for me, I work with my clients like a team member, right? I hold their hand throughout the phases of production, which is number 1, ideation, number 2, execution, and of course, monetization. At the ideation stage, I'm looking at, okay, who is developing the project? Have we signed the contract? Do we have the contract that we need to give the producer the right to execute the film? The next one, okay, you are getting investors, you are getting actors on board. Have all these people passed the intellectual property in the project to you? That's why we sign contracts with actors, with investors, and everyone that is on board on the project. Now, you want to sell the film. You've gone to a Nile. You have gone to a Film One. What terms are they giving you? What is exactly the terms of the distribution in your contract? I'm interested in that because the more money you make, the more money that would also come to me as your representative on the project. So I go with you as you go from stage to stage. So let me give you an example. When you say our lawyer go help, sometimes back, a filmmaker reached out to me. She got a license deal. And she was like, oh, Omotayo, I listen to everything you say. I read your content on Instagram. And I told myself that I can't sign this contract without having you look at it. And when I checked the contract, guess what? It was a distribution deal disguised as a licensing deal. So when you get the contract, you see license agreements. But when you read through it, they were getting the license for themselves and also the right to distribute the content to other parties. And they titled it a license agreement. That's not a license. I told her to go back that if these people are collecting your content exclusively for 2 years and they also want to distribute, this money they are offering is nothing close to what you should earn. And I drafted the email for her. I told her, send this to them. By the time they will come back, they doubled the deal for her. Imagine that she had taken the deal thinking nothing will happen. Oh, they offered me this, right? So aside the fact that you are also avoiding issues, having a lawyer would help you protect your intellectual property, would also help you benefit more from your intellectual property. So if you're not taking anything away from here, take away the fact that a lawyer is more than just a legal rep, but a business partner on each of your projects. When it comes to the fee, for me, I'm a businesswoman and I'm very creative with my fee. When I want to charge clients, I look at your budget, right? I look at what your distribution plans are, and also how can we work together regardless of what your budget is? Sometimes I tell my clients that I can earn half of my fee in cash and half when the film comes out in form of a deferred payment or equity. So we are also business owners and we understand what you are going through as a filmmaker, and we can always adjust to suit your purpose so that at the end of the day, it is a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. While I appreciate the NFVCB for putting this together, I advocate for more of this. I actually think we need more awareness even at guild level. It is the only true awareness that Mr. Nwokabia, the executive producer, will understand that including legal in the budget is not really meant to foment trouble, but to actually protect his investment. And for my good brother, Dr. Kai, who is of the opinion that nothing will happen. Things regularly, sorry. Okay, sorry. Consistently, these things, they get to happen every day, every minute, on set. It is only when these troubles come out, you get to see somebody saying the person reported on set by 12 when our call time is 9. Who said it's 9? Who said it is 12? Industry best practice. By who? But through agreement, you can decide all of these, your call time, your closing time, and everything. So the lawyer is very, very important to your production, just as every other crew I maintain. Let the issue of bargain not put us off, but I will always advise filmmakers, because intellectual property is a very specialized area of law, to go for the entertainment lawyers. Go for the entertainment lawyers. Thank you so much. Thank you for it.
Okay. So I'm sure, it's obvious now that we can't overemphasize the importance of a lawyer, particularly an entertainment lawyer, within the ecosystem of the entertainment industry. So specifically, I would say what I have done.
Speak a bit louder.
Pardon?
Put the mic.
Mic, okay. I would say what I've done as an individual to help the entertainment industry. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm 20 years at the bar. And for half of my life at the bar, I have done pro bono services. I have rendered pro bono services for entertainers within in the industry, music industry, movie industry. I remember in 2015 or thereabout, the law firm I used to work then, one of the largest law firms in Nigeria, Denton Zekas Law. In 2015, one of the partners, Mr. Afolabi Kaksimatins, decided to make Entertainment Law Group a standalone department in the firm, and I headed the department. I must say, that for about a year or two, we rendered free legal services for people in the industry, just so that, we can draw them closer to us, to even get them out of trouble. I'm not going to be the one in trouble. I'm not the one investing my money. I'm not the creative person. You are, but I'm still rendering free legal service for you. Having done that for about 2 or 3 years, if I decide if I've convinced you that without a lawyer, you stand a chance of getting into trouble. I think it is fair for you to remunerate me properly. I've seen marketing plans. I've seen how much these social media influencers charge. TikTokers, all these 18-year-old TikTokers. I know how much they charge to promote films, to promote music. And people pay it. So why would you not want to pay a lawyer? The most important person on that project. I say it boldly. The lawyer is the most important person on a project within the within the entertainment industry, whether you accept it or not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. As we close, let me say this. You know, this is a very important topic. We cannot exhaust it today. So as we wrap up, let me leave you with this understanding. I believe even creative people know, they are persuaded that lawyers are very important in our practice. Now, but there is also a technique of, we must come to a level of understanding that we have to be friends first. We have to understand our workings first. I have been to Oyewole's office, she may not even remember, at some point, and she offered pro bono services to my organization. But you see, nobody is advocating for endless pro bono services. The idea is that we must continue to, it's a conscious thing, we must have the understanding. When we were opening this session, I mentioned the late Iferi Ozako. He gets his phone somewhere and he will organize interface between users and practitioners and lawyers. How lawyers, waiting lawyers they do safe. Let us even come to the understanding that this is what they do. This is how they are important to us. Over time, you will see that the engine will be properly oiled, and then when there is full understanding, we can all tap into the benefits that we provide for ourselves. I thank you very much, Nigerian Film and Video Censors Board, for this panel, and I thank the panelists. I thank you, our audience, for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our lawyers, our friends. Thank you very much. So we'll take a group photograph, official photographer. Yes. Please, plan the lawyer into your next production. It's important. Marker safety. All right, so while we're seated, lunch will be served. Please be seated as lunch is served. As we move to the next panel, and this is about alternative funding model for Nollywood. Alternative funding model for Nollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our following panelists. Chris Ihedero, a writer, producer, and director. Please a round of applause for Mr. Chris. Thank you very much. Mr. Chris Ihedero, please a round of applause for him. Thank you. All right, we also have the CEO of Homelands Film Distribution, Mary Egbas. Mary Egbas, a round of applause for Mary Egbas. Join us quickly. We have the MD, Tata, okay, is it Tata 4 or Tata V? Okay, Tata TV Media Consultant. Tata TV Media Consultant, Mr. John Ukwa. Mr. John Ukwa, please a round of applause as it comes on stage. Then we have an ace film and television producer in the house, Chief Emeka Osai. Please a round of applause for Chief Emeka Osai. And of course, the award-winning filmmaker and director, Asaf Olusheyi. We'll be discussing alternative funding model for Nollywood. To moderate this event, ladies and gentlemen, film director, film festival curator, and of course, the former president or the immediate past president of Directors Guild of Nigeria, Victor Ohai, PhD. Please a round of applause for him. I'm sure he will be speaking for us. Oh. Okay. All right, Mr. Victor, come in. I'd like to also quickly announce, after this, there's one last panel. Please, the lunch will be served to us seated. Please, I'd like to quickly recognize my apologies, please. The members of TAMPAN here present on behalf of Otumba Bolaji Amusan. Please, can we put our hands together for the members? Please, can you wave? Can you wave? Yes, thank you very much. And also the members of AMCOD. AMCOD is Association of Movie Content Owners and Distribution, ably led by the President Alhaji Toymas Uthman Todmas. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for holding forth. Okay, Mary Egmas is here, and Dr. Victor is also here. So I think we can kick off with this. Please, the AI panel is the last panel, and I'm sure before we finish our meal, we'll be done with that too. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I hand over the podium to the moderator, Dr. Victor Okai, as he takes on the next panel. Thank you very much. Please, over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that this panel is very, very important because apart from distribution, one of the other challenges that we have is the issue of funding. And it's important that we also begin to think more creatively about how to finance our films within the confines and limitations and opportunities in our environment. And I think we have a very, very formidable panel here. I'm not going to take too much of our time. I'd like to start with a lady, and there's a reason for it. Mary recently, brought together, or if I may say, hosted a film finance forum here in Lagos, major one. She brought people from all over the world, including a very experienced film finance executive. I won't say Hollywood because he relocated to Atlanta eventually. So, and that was a very, very enlightening session. So, I'll just start by asking you the motivation for that particular, what do you call it now, conference, and what the takeaways from that conference were.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the DG for inviting us for this very enlightening conference. We can never have enough, like I always say. The conversations keep going on and on and on until we get to the destination. At the Africa Film Finance Forum, we recently hosted a summit and a film finance market, which we started this year. And having engaged with stakeholders over and over again, and myself being in the industry for now about 24 years, we all know there's a huge gap in financing. And it's not a cliche, it's a reality. But financing is also a function of what are we looking at, what are our goals, what are the setbacks, or rather, why are we having, the reason why we say we have financing issues is because we must have some expectations. And so what we're literally saying is that we're not meeting our goals, or those expectations are not being met. So it's to realize, why is there a difference between what we want and where we are at now, okay? And having understood those gaps, we engaged with the finance industry, and we also saw that there was a lack of understanding about the industry. Not lack of knowledge. They do know about the industry. There's been a lot of engagement with the finance industry, but there is the lack of real understanding of how it should work, a clear path to how the finance industry should engage with the film industry. And whilst we always say that there isn't structure in the film industry, there isn't also structure in respect to financing the industry. So there is not a clear path for a financier to come and say, these are the 10 steps I will take to get to the destination or to get to my ROI. It just seems like there's a lot of maybes, maybe not, assumptions here and there. And the finance industry doesn't work that way. Now back to your question, that's the reason why we sought to put together a summit that allows the finance industry and the film industry to come together and seek to understand each other, not just one part, but to understand each other. And from there, we'll be able to forge a better pathway for financing in Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you. Chief Osai, you have consistently worked in the industry, produced series particularly, and movies and all that. And there are many who, we're talking about alternative finance means now, which means that it may not be the traditional way. How have you been able to consistently finance your projects?
Okay. You know, we've always had our traditional means of mustering funds for production. You have either putting money together of your own to do a production, or looking for joint venture capitalists for those who are making big films, or taking a loan, which is the part I hate to talk about because I hate it. You don't take a loan to make a film. The risks are too high for you to do that and think you could, be able to make any profit. But the area which I find not fully explored is the area of brand partnership.
Very good.
Which is an area that I have done consistently from the past, and I found it very worthy.
Please put the microphone closer to your mouth. These points you're making are very important.
And I found it very rewarding, because first of all, you try to make those who are brand managers or marketers to understand that if you integrate your brand into a content, you are doing a second-to-second advertisement for your product. And you are doing more of an immersive advertising than the aggressive type where you blast your TV commercial, right? And if you watch, most people who look or who watch films or series, it is at the point that you have commercials that you want to take a break to do other things. Even when you have it on YouTube or any of the streaming platforms, most times you are at liberty to fast forward, so you will not have to watch the commercial. But if you have it very well integrated into the content itself, then for every time the scene appears that has the brand, you are continually marketing. So these are some of the things that I say to the brand managers for them to accept. But what I've found out is that most of our advertising agencies still have not fully grasped the benefits of that. So it takes you a whole lot to be able to convince them that this is an alternative, approach to making content and getting full benefit from it. Now, I did it, I'm still doing it, and it's rewarding, but I think it's beginning to catch up. I want to mention, for example, that recently, Mr. Greg Odutayo launched a series where he properly partnered with brands from an agency, under the management of an agency, and they were fully represented in that content. They were fully represented in the premiere, and I want to believe that a bulk of the funding would have come from those brands. So he has been able to upscale that angle of alternative funding, and it's almost risk-free, because once you have made your presentation and the brand accepts it worthy, and you integrate and you do whatever it is. So long as you have done the content very well to their satisfaction, you can be rest assured that you can continue to tap from the same source and other sources as you move to next productions. So I think that's one alternative that we have not fully explored or exploited within the industry, which I have been doing for maybe the past 10 years. So one other one I want to also mention, because I said I was going to put John Upa on the spot. When he talked about monetizing, right? Now, monetizing, as it were now, is after the product is made. Can't we start the process of monetizing even at the stage of conceptualization? That is where I think John should begin to think next. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think he's done my job basically. And we would like to, just take it up from there and then share with us.
Okay. Thank you, Emeka. So for me, monetizing a Nollywood movie after the movie has been made, I think it's one of the easiest things.
I would like it near your mouth. I don't mind it being very close because there are people here who are looking for tips.
Okay, so I said for me, monetizing a movie, once the movie has been done, is one of the easiest things. And I've been doing that since 2004. Like I said, it's something that you have to do consistently. So let's talk the linear TV that we know now, Galaxy TV, African Magic, and the rest of them. They all have movie platforms, and they all have movie belts and all that. That is money that should actually be coming to the movie owners.
Yes.
But like I said to Emeka, everybody in Nollywood is a chef that cooks food for others to eat.
Right.
But the Nollywood chefs themselves don't participate in the eating of the money that they cook. So you do a movie. I am very enthralled by Omonyo Boli's movie that recently did about 28 million views. 28 million views is a lot of money in terms of advertising. It's a lot of money in terms of virtual advertising. What Emeka described, that you integrate brands before you go out, is in-movie advertising and the rest of it. That in itself is very good. But once your movie has crossed 2 million views, 4 million views, 5 million views, you are at liberty to go back to any brand and say, look, I promised you I was going to do 1 million views. I'm hitting 10 million views now. I want to renegotiate. You're talking in terms of digital advertising rates, your CPA and the rest of them. You can actually integrate a brand. Brand Magic and so many other softwares are out there. Chief is sitting, like Francis is sitting now. There's a bottle of Fanta in front of him. I can actually remove that bottle of Fanta and put any other brand that I want in terms of advertising. That's one. Now, one of the major challenges that I find with Nollywood is the IP property, who controls it, who uses it to monetize, who uses it to eat, and then the industry is suffering. Ask a lot of producers today, where are your masters of your past works? Like I said, your past works is your history. Your history is your money. If you don't have control over your own masters, how do you intend to monetize? Everybody else is using the collective wealth of Nollywood to make money. What is Nollywood doing? There is a channel that we're all very familiar with on free-to-air, MBC2. MBC2. I think it's from the Saudi Arabia or somewhere in the Middle East. That channel and the group that owns it, they are expected to make a revenue of $1 billion this year. $1 billion. MBC2. They don't show any new any Hollywood movies. They show old movies, Home Alone, and the rest of them and all that. But the advertising revenue that they make consistently, and you can check it, is about $284 million every year. The entire group, riding on the back of MBC, is going to make $1 billion this year. Where is Nollywood in all of this in terms of owning the advertising revenue that happens in the movies that they make? And I said something to somebody today. Your movie today in this digital era, a movie is a media platform. I say that again. One movie is a media platform. If you take the Odogu movie, for instance, and you go to any organization today and you say, I am looking for about 40 to 50 million of branding in this content. Show me the brand that will not give you that money. For somebody who has done 28 million views, the chances are that in the next 1 year, you're going to do 100 million views. Chances. Because advertising, basically, Mr. Dutayo is here. I am sure you agree that advertising works with numbers. If you give me your numbers, I will give you the money. Your numbers are basically the people that have seen it. You don't own your right. How will the views that you have generated belong to you? So if you have a history of eyeballs in the industry, you have a history that you can monetize. That's what I would say for now.
He has one. Thank you very much. Money will always follow eyeballs, for sure. And one thing that we're learning is that advertising, product placement, hits differently at the subliminal level. And it's one way to go because you don't zap with it. You can, you have a captive audience. You talk about the immersive experience. Chris, you've done quite a number of movies. And how have you been able to raise finance, or what are some of those alternative away from traditional finance models that you have explored and exploited?
Good afternoon. I have raised money twice in the past 6 years. One to do a TV series, which is where Man Pikin, our family comedy show from Pinpoint Media, was born. The other I raised this year to do the film I am currently working on. I'm currently in Johannesburg for post-production as we speak. And for that film, we raised contractual agreements will not allow me give you a figure, but we raised over $500,000. So we're heading to $1 million. I have not really had issues raising money for some strange reason. Wow. People trust me and give me money. So I have not had a funding problem. I'm grateful to God for that. And that's been all my career, really. As you know, I did 2 seasons of MTV Sugar as producer, and budget, that's easy $5 million. And of course, I was head writer for Hush, which I didn't produce. I was just head writer and Forbidden before I left working for Africa Magic. And then the animation film, Nigeria's first animation film that I produced, was funded privately. So I've kind of always believed that it is always possible to raise money. I think it is all the things that you have to do before you are in a position to raise money that is usually the challenge. And one of which is understanding. So for this film that I am making, my equity share is probably 20%. And I am fine with that. Yeah, sure. Maybe that's why it's easy for me to raise money. I don't have, and I say this respectfully, but I don't have the silo mentality that I have to build and own everything. I want 1% of a big pie rather than 100% of a small pie. So I tend not to like doing small things and own it all. I'd rather do a really big thing and share, right? So my investors, and some of the money I've raised this time around was also debt. And I was listening to Chief Osai say about debt and not liking debt. I don't mind debt. I would take debt, especially because I know that I run a media company. So if I am making money even when I am not producing. So I have sources of income that will service the debt. And if what I am putting the debt towards is worthy, then it will take care of itself. That's kind of the sense. So for me, it's the things to do. And also, to raise this, I had to open my books. And they had access to my accounts. And they are going to have access to the account. Actually, any money the film makes, the account it is going to go to, they have a lien on it. I can't pull money out of that account without their say-so. Again, I am not afraid of that because I have no intention of stealing money anyway. I make it, I proudly would say, if you've worked with me, if you've given me money, I will give you my cost report, and it will be truthful. So when we think of alternative ways of raising money, we first should think of alternative ways of acting as business people. The money that is going to build the next stage of Nollywood's evolution is going to demand that we act differently. And until and unless we are willing to act differently, we are not going to access that money. We are not going to. We will access it in bits and pieces. Someone commissions you to do this one here. Someone licenses you to do that one there. Netflix does this. Amazon does that. In the final analysis, it will be small money. Big money requires that you be trustworthy, and also that you understand that you are going to not be CEO and be the one that signs every check. Big money would require that there's going to be on your side a lot of humility and a lot of you not, your word is not law, so to speak. So MBO Capital, I mean, everybody knows MBO Capital. MBO Capital did the raise for me. And I remember when I was going to start, I was saying to my friend, I can do a list of 20 people and each one of them will give me 25K. Like, I know 20 people that would give me $25,000 if I said to them I needed to make this film. And he said, well, do you want them to do business with you or do you want them to do you a favor? And that was instructive because my guys will do 25K, yeah? But I needed to show a clear plan of potential returns. Everybody knows every investment is a risk. There are no guarantees. So when we went to MBO, they basically said, give us a list of your people, and then we'll put together a list of our people and institutions, and we'll approach all of them on your behalf, and we'll see what happens. Only 2 of my people eventually gave money. The biggest people that give, they don't know me from Adam. Like, they can't recognize my father's name. It's not Dangote. They don't know us. Right? And somebody... Hello. Okay. Someone wrote a check for $100,000. I don't know her. She doesn't know me. Right? But she also could see that if she does that, she's going to own X amount of this film. And my sweat equity is 20%. And I'm fine with that. It's a proof of concept. That's what this film is. If it works, and it will work, when it works, then I can go and do another one and say, I did this, and now I want to do this. So, to come back to your question, I think that the future we are all hoping that Nollywood is going to get to, and I am a big fan of YouTube, and I heard the earlier conversations about YouTube here.
Me too.
And I have 2 YouTube channels. We launched one 12 days ago, and our first film has 1.2 million views, and I'm ecstatic because I like the idea of waking up every morning
Exactly.
and I have made some more money from it. I'm like, oh, while I slept, I made $300. That's nice. Okay. I don't have to call Action or Cut or call Debola, my co-producer, and scream at anyone. And the reason is the super trend of content consumption says to us that the producer will stand and the consumer will stand and there will be nobody in between. And that's what YouTube says. And even YouTube still has power and they can pull down your channel, fine. But in 10 years' time, I'll be able to produce a film and put it somewhere in the cloud and there will be no YouTube and you can go watch it and you'll pay me directly. That's where we are going. Now, to raise funding for that is not going to be very difficult. Let's name the elephant in the room. If Omoni needs to raise money to make a film now, she doesn't have to talk a lot, right? And I'm sure if you saw Love in the World, the second part, it had like 2 million brands on it, right? And it's now 3 hours long, as different from the 1.5 hours of one. It means she has cleaned house, right? But it also means that she says to someone, I don't need Africa Magic to commission me. Netflix does not have to give me notes. I just have to produce the film, and if enough people like it, they are going to watch it on YouTube, and they don't have to subscribe. It will be basically driven by advertising. So if you give me your brand, I'm going to put it on this content, and it's no longer 28 million, it's now 30 million views for the first part, and I did 30 million in part 1, and I assure you, worst case scenario, I'll do half in part 2. Now she has already done 17 million as at last night. You would wonder why I have all these figures.
No,
because
18,
I'm really jealous.
18. I saw 18.
I'm really jealous, and I wish that were my film. So we are not going to have a lot of problems raising money going forward. We are going to have a new set of problems. And those new set of problems will be that, do you really have the power to drive eyeballs? If we took out the 300-pound gorilla behind you, if that gorilla is Netflix or Amazon or Africa Magic or Showmax, if they all don't commission you and we give you a platform and we ask you to speak directly to your consumers, can you make the content that they are going to see if it doesn't come on a platform that guarantees eyeballs? That's where we are going. Exactly. Let's play.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together. Questions I would have asked, you already answered. Whether alternative or direct, integrity is very, very what? Important. You have to have a good name for people. You have to have a track record as well. And you have to have capacity. All of these are very, very important. I'm mindful of time. I didn't ask when we were coming here, but when I asked, we said 30 minutes, which means we have about 5 minutes. So what I will do is, I'm not going to monopolize the questions. I'm going to take 3 questions. Let the audience ask us questions. I'm sure they have questions they want to ask. Okay, number 1. Yeah, somebody there to... Okay. While we're waiting, yeah, say what you want to say before we take the question. No other one? Okay. Wait, before your question, she wants to say.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to add to what he said, because when he talked about loan, and I hear that a lot, you know. Well, I'd like to say that there's nothing wrong with a loan. It can work if you know how it works. If anything, loan is actually cheaper than
in the long run, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Loan is actually cheaper. If I won't, it's a master class for that, but I promise you that debt at any time, ask any finance person, is cheaper than equity.
Very
right? True. That's known. But loan can be interesting. Like he said, he has cash flow from other sources of income, right? So he's not basing his loan only on his film. He's basing it on other things, which, you know, emphasizes what he talked about, building. It's when you want to take money from other people, you need not just integrity, but you also need to have built yourself.
Capacity.
Yes, to have the capacity to be trusted with someone else's money, which means that you yourself understand how to handle money. So loan is not a problem. Another way you can use loan is, for instance, you have a film and you have the initial cost of the development, putting it together to make it interesting for other financiers, for the equity guys to buy into it. Because the equity people want to see a film that has maybe A-list actor in it or has a script. And you're not going, the script guy wants you to pay and you don't have money. You can actually get a loan for the initial development part,
Yes.
right? And that loan gets consumed or subsumed by equity. So when equity comes, the loan is not staying all the way till when you're shooting and all that. The loan is just there to get you to the next step, to get you to sell your film to the bigger players in terms of the people that are going to finance it more, right? So you're able to pay the script writer, you're able to maybe put some deposit towards signing off an A-list actor, you know, and after then, you've packaged all that, then you can now go to the equity investors. And now they see that you have all the things in place and they're now happy to be part of it. But the money you use for the development is all part of what they're going to give you as equity. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
sure.
at that point, you're paying back your loan immediately. You know, so loan is not always, I just thought I'd put that.
No, thank you very much. That
Yeah.
was a very, very,
Dr. Kai,
very good.
let's just take one in the house. I think that'll be fine, please, because of our time. Thank you.
Okay, I still do. I have a peculiar problem. I have a set of, I'm a small filmmaker, right? I borrow money to shoot. So, the guys that are giving me money, my friends, home, abroad, have returned their money with the ROI, with the interest. Now, I wanted to scale up because these guys have worked with me. I've given them back their money, and there's reluctance to do it. I didn't know what problem I was having. If it is integrity, I have shown integrity. If it is to return people's money, I've returned the money. And I'm saying, okay, you gave me 500,000 the last time. Can you give me $1 million? So that I can, instead of producing one film, I can do two, you know? And everybody is saying, their cash flow, they can't. What is the problem? I heard you speak about how to go about some of these things. You see, you sit there. You have knowledge. Majority of us don't have knowledge, right? And this film industry is a mass thing, you know. You are not mainstream. What's it called?
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's good.
Okay, we're rounding off.
Perhaps the thing to look at is to not assume that your funders here are going to be your funders here. These may be the guys that start you out. They may not be the ones you need. So if I needed to do a $10 million project tomorrow, I will not be talking to the guys I'm currently talking to, right? I need bigger muscles, so I'll be approaching bigger platforms and all. I mean, MBO can chest $10 million, I'm sure, if the path to ROI is clear to them. But don't feel that the guys that have funded you at the 500K level are also the guys you are going to need when you are funding higher. So it may be that you are asking the wrong people. And that happens in all businesses. When you are importing one container and your money came from family and friends, when you now want to do 100 containers, it's not going to be family and friends again.
perhaps look at that.
Thank you very much. Is that okay? So I want to say that this has been a very useful conversation, and the conversation continues. Personally, I have, I don't know if I should mention this, but recently I was appointed Senior Vice President of an American investment banking firm. It will shock you.
I think that's why you're on this panel, sir.
No, but it's for the speakers, not for me. And I want to say that everything they've said here, very useful, take it to heart. But more importantly, the conversation continues. I think that you should engage them immediately afterwards, and I'll see you all at the very top.
All right, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our panelists. Dr. Shoaib, please, for an official photograph. Dr. Shoaib. Okay, coming right there. Official photograph, all right. Aman, this is really very deep. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alternative funding model for Nollywood. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. And then we're moving to the last panel discussion for today. Day one of fifth PAL Nigerian Digital Content Regulation Conference. Thank you very much. That was insightful, and we're trusting that we'll scale to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me. Please, can you put your hands together for them? All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last panel. Please permit me to quickly welcome on upstage a multidisciplinary artist, filmmaker, and creative leader, Obinna Okoriocha. Please, can you join us on this thing? This is the last panel. We have also on the panel award-winning filmmaker and visionary director, James Omokwe. Please, you need to really clap for James. So James has been here since morning. Thank you, James. All right, also on the panel, filmmaker and former President Directors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Victor Okai. This time he's returning as a panelist. All right, please, a round of applause for him. Also, we have in the house a notable film producer in the house, Darlington Abuda. Darlington Abuda, please join us. He's been around too. Okay. And then we have a storyteller and content producer also in the house, Misola Inyu. Misola Inyu, please join us. Misola Inyu, please join us. And of course, a fine actor, an award-winning actor and producer to be also on the panel. Please welcome Deyemi Okanlawon. Please a round of applause for Deyemi Okanlawon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we'll be talking about AI era in Nollywood, opportunities, challenges, and the future of Nollywood film production. The moderator of this session is an art and motion picture practitioner and, of course, a story architect, Sowedo Nopuako. Sowedo, all right, you're even here already. Okay, so let me just give you the mic straight.
Okay, I feel a bit. Hi. Great to see you as always. I feel a bit worried that the Item 7 thing has taken place. It has a way of dulling the senses. But I can assure you that this is going to be a very, very energetic session. As you can see, we have quite possibly some of the most imaginative, most impressive, creative people on this panel with a lot of energy. They've already introduced my good man, James Omokwe, who is like the Aaron Spelling of Nigeria right now. I mean, he churns out great work on TV at Georgia, amongst other things. And currently, his powerhouse epic movie, Osamede, is doing the rounds of the cinemas, is abroad, and hopefully he can get to collaborate with James Cameron soon. Beside him is the great Darlington Abuda. First time I met Darlington, he was a media person. And he has successfully transitioned into movie making, amongst other things. He is one of the producers of some of the best action films we have. You know, The Waiter, amongst others, is done very well. I think recently he's been announced to be the vice president at Circuits, which is one of the foremost cinematic platforms we have. So a round of applause, Chief Abuda. To my left is the guy I call the Archbishop of AI. I mean, his enthusiasm for everything AI is electric. You can't tell him nothing. He's convener of the AI Festival, but just before the first installment of the AI Festival, I ran into his work on the internet, and he had some of the most mind-blowing visuals. And even after that, I got to find out that he also makes absolute ear candies. He has an artistic background. He comes from a family of great accomplished artists. He is currently the content director at Money Point. And so I think that we should never say that artistic people are not rich. Please take a bow. Obina Ekeriocha. To my right is the wonderful Misola Awelewa. She is fantastic. One of the more dynamic feminist voices. She's a great writer. She's a content creator. Very articulate about what she wants to do in the space. Very ambitious with the use of AI. I don't know if the executive director of the Nigerian Film and Video Censors Board will permit me to reveal that she helped contribute some absolutely impressive AI-generated visuals in partnership for the, I think, the 2K Cinema Day event that took place recently. Ms. Ola, you're welcome. The great Dr. Victor Oghai is here, ex-president of DGN, Directors Guild of Nigeria, great policy expert. He's always on TV because people always want to drink from his stream of wisdom all the time. He's just announced that he's a big kahuna at an investment bank. And he is also a damn good photographer. I have not seen many people who take even anything close to the kind of phenomenal photographs he takes. And of course, we all know that he also vied to be president of this country. So again, creative people can be very ambitious in conjunction with being involved with money. Thank you, Dr. Victor Oghai. The most hardworking man in Nollywood, and possibly, if we allow him, the entire world. Because now we see Deyemi, he's rapping, he's Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's doing stuff. He still gets the odd movie role where he gets to show his chest. But then he's also graduated from being your neighborhood Yoruba demon in films. Deyemi Okanlawon is not only hardworking, he's very intentional, he's strategic, he understands the space, he continues to study the space, and that's why he's transitioned from being an actor into producing as well. I'm sure if you follow him on social media, you'll see the kind of ways he engages. And so his crowd continues to grow. And he continues to show that, to be fair, if you're a savvy actor, nobody can truly pigeonhole you. So it's a powerhouse panel. I think that truly they've left the best for last. So a round of applause. So we are talking AI here. A lot has been said about AI. People think that it's one of the marks of the final days, like it's what's going to usher in the Antichrist or something. Oh, AI is coming for our jobs. Oh, AI is going to decimate our industry, amongst other things. However, the truth of the matter is that ultimately, if you are someone who deploys AI, AI is just a tool. And I say this because when I started, I used to remember how people printed, meaning that the very, very difficult grinding ways in which people will design things and use all these printing blocks. And then CorelDRAW and Photoshop came and then turned a lot of people redundant. And yet here we are. My rule of thumb is Mama Put won't stop the destiny of restaurants. And restaurants or fast food restaurants will not stop the destiny of fine dining. The sky is big enough, and if it is not, we go to Mars. But I'm not going to talk too much. I'm going to ask these distinguished guests questions regarding this topic, which is, in this era of AI, what are the opportunities in it for Nollywood? And so I will start with the Archbishop himself. Let me ask you a simple question. Is AI a threat or an opportunity in actual fact for Nollywood?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me. So is AI a threat to Nollywood or is it a blessing? Yeah, so what I would say is clearly artificial intelligence has its advantages, and I think it's a blessing because if you think about, so what I always tell people is that filmmaking is not a cheap medium, because even if you're making an independent film, you still have to get your crew, you still have to buy gear, you still have to, there's certain things you must do, regardless of the scale of the project, and those things cost money, and if you don't have that money, you can't make that project. So imagine a situation where you have the opportunities, because at the end of the day, what is central to any sort of filmmaking is storytelling. Now, what AI enables you to do or empowers you to do is to tell a story. You have the means to tell the story that you probably wouldn't have been able to tell. What does that mean? Now, you don't necessarily have to buy a camera, rent a crew, do all the things, spend a lot of money. What is important is that you can, project your ideas. It's, understanding the basic tools. All you need essentially is the internet, the knowledge of how to apply an AI model, and then a laptop, and then you're able to bring your ideas to life. So for all intents and purposes, it's a blessing. Let me give you an example. So for a long time, if you're trying to pitch an idea to an executive producer, for instance, you would have to find a storyboard artist or a concept artist to come up with drawings or conceptualization of what it is that you want to do. But today, all you need to understand is basically how to prompt, and you can bring that idea to life. Now, what this enables you to do is that you have this idea of a film that you want to make, whatever genre it is. You can put it together, as long as you have the basic prompting abilities, whether you're using ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever it is that you're using, you can bring those ideas to life, put them together, and then you have a visual of what you want to do. Now, for people who are actually established, creators, how do I, I'm thinking about, the Benin Kingdom or the Usman Danfodio, dynasty of the 1300s. How am I going to bring that to life? How long is it going to take a concept artist to put that to life? With prompts, that are well curated, you can bring that to life. That enables you bring your vision to life quicker, and then you're able to put it together and go to somebody who wants to help you raise money and say, I have put this together. You can go a step further. You can create a sizzle reel with AI. you know, from, you know, and there's so many tools these days. All it takes is for you to go to YouTube, understand how to use, you know, even if it's Google VO, there's so many of them we can name. But the point here is that it enables you bring the stories you've always wanted to tell to life. It puts you in a position to be able to fund your real projects. You know, and in terms of, you know, this whole thing around, you know, AI is here to take our jobs, AI is not going to take anybody's job. It's the person that knows AI that will take your job. And what I keep telling people is you need to upskill. The world is changing every day. The world as we knew it 5 years ago has changed. The world, we, you know, before the end of the year, everything we know is also going to change. So every day there's something new that's happening. The question is, how are you upskilling yourself? How are you making yourself ready? How are you preparing yourself? You know, like you said something around, you know, letter block and printing and stuff like that. You know, I always give a classic example. You know, in the Victorian times and times, imagine 200 to 400 years ago, kings and people of huge importance, when they wanted to get their picture taken, it was painters. You look at the Renaissance era, they get a painter, and for 3 days they are painting a family. Then the camera came, and that changed. And then the moving camera came. My point is, technology is going to keep advancing. What is important is storytelling is not going to change. AI is a tool. Whether you choose to, whether you're traditional filmmaker, or whether you choose to adopt digital, tools, what is central is storytelling. So I tell people, again, AI is not going to suddenly make you a great storyteller. If you do not know how to tell stories, if you're a lazy storyteller, you're a lazy filmmaker, you will still remain one. AI only amplifies what you have. It is artificial intelligence. Intelligence gotten from what actually exists. So what is important is that look at the advantages of what AI can do for you in helping you elevate your craft, tell your stories better, bring your stories to a larger audience, help you to come up with ideas, the ideas that you've always had, to bring them to life. So I think it's really a blessing if you know how to harness it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obina. Yes, so I think that's what a lot of people miss. AI is inevitable because it's tech, it's life, it's just how we've always done things over and over, and then we embrace it, and then we move on to the next thing, and so on and so forth. So what I think needs to be done is the upskilling bit. And prompt generation, I mean, like, let's not lie, at a certain level, working with AI is like working with a digital babalawo. And your prompt engineering is basically like your incantations, and you say, so I can imagine, for example, a voice-operated 3D printer. And you say, but cut me this, whatever, and then, you basically recite the prompt, and it cuts it. And at a certain level, it's interesting that it's some of our religious people that can sometimes shy away from this. When you hear that, I mean, I feel that it's some sort of digital image and all of that. Okay, so James, I'm coming next to you. Nollywood productions can really be a jihad. Like, when it gets to it, you are shooting with tight deadlines, and you that kind of oversee production of epics where there are sprawling landscapes and all of that. Because some of the visuals for Osamide are just absolutely beautiful. And when I was watching it, I just kept thinking, this is ambitious. This is scale, right? So I would like to ask, where do you see AI fitting realistically into a producer's workflow, really? I know he made some mention of, say, previews work, or say concept art and stuff like that. But what other ways does AI come in to optimize what you're doing or what you do?
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for having me. Like Obina said, AI is a tool. I use AI for most of the things that I want to do. So for instance, in cases like pitch decks, there are times when you need a quick pitch. I need to discuss with a producer. Somebody tells me, oh, I need a quick deck. I need to do this, do that. And I literally, do most of the work, but all the artwork is done with, AI. Most of the time, I'm using, I forget their names now, but there's so many of them that I use. So I can also help you build production systems. And what I mean is, for a lot of people who are either new to production or probably have a great idea of what the production process is, but they're trying to, hinge or tighten certain things. Maybe your production workflow. How can I get my production manager or my producer to have a great, production workflow? How do I build a schedule to do certain things? In fact, I'll give you an example. Somebody needed a dialogue time code sheet recently for a project that we had done. Now, usually what happens, what a dialogue, a broadcast script rather, what it does is you've written a script, but you've short it. Sometimes what you wrote in the script, actors might deviate, a couple of things might happen, so it's not the exact thing. But you need to create a broadcast script, so if people need to do subtitles or whatever, they can always, go to that. And they needed it the following day. So I have a post-production company, shameless plug, PictureLock. I have a post-production company, but there was nobody at the office. And so I called everybody, and I said, you know what, I know what I'm going to do. So I took the SRT file of the film, I put it into a notepad, and I threw it into DeepSeek. DeepSeek is another type of ChatGPT, which is way better. And I said, create a dialogue timesheet with these timestamps. And I had it in 5 minutes. So, like we said, there's certain things that you might need to do on the go. That is not to say, and maybe I'm sure at some point somebody's going to talk about regulation, that because you're a lazy filmmaker, everything, oh, I need a 55-page YouTube script for tomorrow, you will now press enter. No, but like he said, it's a tool. Sometimes you have to sit down, like even the broadcast script I did, I saw some things, I said, no, do this again until I got it right. Other times, in terms of the production in itself, I'm a huge advocate for AI. In Osamide, there was a backstory that was used. Usually my style would be animation style, like, do it in an animation type thing. But I was like, no, let's do it with AI. So there was an entire 2-minute clip of a backstory for the film, and I thought that would be a better style. Some people hated it. There are some people that are very anti-AI. No, why would you do that? But that's the style. The same thing if I animated it. And another thing, AI extensions. Sometimes it costs a lot of money. For instance, you talked about scale, I might want to do a vast, wide shot of the entire Benin Kingdom, right? But obviously, I've only shot from here to here. But I need to extend it. The time and the effort it would take to visually replace that background, it might be a chore. You can always use AI as an extension, bits and pieces here and there. So I think that the more we start to realize, and I was going to make a point when we talked about innovation and co. There were days when people used to make music, when they wanted to go to the studio. There were guys who were literally playing instruments. They would record the drum. They would record, do you understand? But at some point, everything became digital. People are learning how to use those things. So that's the same with AI. The things that visual effects would have taken us billions of dollars, and we need to remember that this is Nollywood. We don't have enough money to do some of these things. I'm not going to employ a visual effects company that I'm going to pay $10,000 just to make a 10-second clip. If I can do it with AI, maybe when we get there, we'll probably do that. But what AI has come to do is to help make our jobs easier. So these are the ways that we can use AI. And I've even personally used AI to help my production process go forward better.
Fantastic, fantastic. One of the things I find when you use AI is that AI is like a child, but a super talented child. And I know this is an experience that many people use AI have. There are times you are telling it to do something, and it would just not do it. I remember that I was trying to come up with certain characters. I had written an outline, and I said, okay, please, but generate this. And it had to do with children in Lagos. I was giving me poverty porn images of very poor children. And I say, please, please, please. This is not how we look in Nigeria. Please, your data sets. Oh yeah, this is not how. So I ensured that at least I trained it in my own little way. So now, when I tell it, please give me, a child of blah, blah, blah in Lagos, it doesn't give me the poverty porn thing. So even the use of AI is not hitch-free. I'm sure people think when you use your AI, you just write a prompt and everything. And the frustrating thing is sometimes you use AI, everything looks perfect, and then there will be just that one thing. And then so it can be very, very, very frustrating. So AI itself ultimately helps you do grunt work, saves on time, I think. And sometimes as a human being, there's only so many ideas you might have at that particular point. And so if you want something quick, which you can then, that can stir things up, you probably might just say, okay, chat or DeepSeek, what are you thinking? And I find that the AI I use gradually kind of knows me somehow. Because when I say certain things, I don't need to repeat them. You say, oh yeah, that's your uncle that. I say, ha, AI, you don't start. I say, my boss. It instinctively knows when it needs to change to Pidgin English. The Pidgin, AI Pidgin can be a bit wonky. But people should realize that we all help to train these models, so to speak. So the next person, talking about training, I'm going to talk to Miss Ola, especially having seen that very brilliant work of yours. Do you think that we will get to the point where people will just not do much and just leave everything to AI and not work hard at originality, at authenticity, and actually put just more attention and more care into the kind of stories that will be told? Do you think we will ever get to that point? Do you have a phone? Okay.
Thank you very much for that question. Okay, so first, please don't mind me that I'm talking like AI. I'm really a very real person. So try and listen with your Nigerian ears to what I'm about to say. For us not to get to that point, I think filmmakers really need to start taking advantage of AI now. Now, we've had AI for a while. I jumped on the train like sometime last year, which I think I still got on late. But now it's getting so into our faces that you need just to get on YouTube, you need to get online and see what some content creators are doing with AI. They are telling our stories, not stories, the way we do not want the stories to be told. And if we as filmmakers don't come on this train now, just chase we filmmakers away from the business and then take it from us. And so by the time they do that, what we're going to have is AI-generated slapstick flops all around that the models will recognize as Nollywood films. So for me, this is the time for us to do that job, that work, so we don't get to that point where everything is just AI generated. And you can't have an AI generated film it must have a soul. Earlier on, they talked about the music that had like over how many million views. It was because it had a soul. There was someone behind that music. Someone wrote the lyrics. It was not AI generated. They might want to say, okay, it's an AI artist. No. We are Nollywood. We are filmmakers, we're storytellers, and we have our pride as Nollywood filmmakers is our stories. We have that authenticity that can't be taken away from us. So if we do not train these models now, right, trust me, they're going to take it away from us. And there'll be little of us left. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. You are right, and that was why I mentioned my encounters with the one of the AI tools I use, because these AI tools come with foreign data sets. I remember the first time I used Midjourney, and I'll say, "Okay, can you generate a Yoruba queen for me?" And I'll see, the way the kind of vision is generated. I said, no, this is not how we dress. One of the things I used to do, because I draw a bit, is I will draw stuff and I will give it a chart and say, you know what, give me a hyper-realistic 4K version of this, and then it creates with the kind of information I have added. Don't just be putting beads everywhere. Yoruba people just don't put beads everywhere, that kind of thing. So I agree with you that, yes, we really do need to get into the fray and all of that. So my next question is and the question is this: what regulations do we urgently need regarding this space? Now, there have been a lot of concerns about deep fakes, about copyright infringements. Just recently, Sora 2, I think. Yeah, Sora 2. Sora 2 was unleashed, and I think the first image I saw, I am not sure there's anybody in this room who would not have sworn it was not from a Nollywood movie. The ambience, the lighting, the graininess was it was like you were watching an old Nollywood. So what it means now is that I can watch a movie and just say, hey, I don't like Jim Ike in this role. Oh yeah, let me put someone else. Now, there have been people who have been generating clips with dead people, for example, dead artists, dead celebrities. I think that for some people, some of these things kind of cross the line. What are your thoughts about the way people will deploy AI, and what kind of legislation do you think we should be thinking of now to guide the industry's use of AI, especially because some of these questions are also being talked about across the world? I think the Writers Guild strike in Hollywood last year, the SAG-AFTRA one, yes, was, there were issues around the use of AI as well. So how can we be proactive enough here, regulation-wise, in order to guide the use of AI in our storytelling?
Thank you very much. I think that with the democratization of the digital space, it's an equal opportunities space right now, because we all have equal access to technology as it is today. Let me start with something that we're doing on our part. I'm involved with a startup. It's called Plot Weaver. And we're working with several universities across the continent right now. Here in Unilag in Lagos, for instance, University of Ibadan, Ahmad Bello University, a few universities, and then the Southeast and all that. And what we're doing is that, our languages are not considered, there's a language, there's what they call it, I can't even remember, but they are not considered like, this is my word now, I can't remember the real word now, but like standard languages. So, we have decided, Plot Weaver is for the industry anyway. When it comes, we'll soon launch officially and you'll see what it's about. So what we decided to do is work with these universities to develop, when I say language model, I'm not talking about digital language models now, but to train them with our local languages, so that both for speaking, for the mannerisms, all the nuances and all that, and the right language and all that. Like, it was in the process where we were looking at Swahili, for instance, found that Swahili from Kenya is more funkified. Let me use that language. The real one is from Tanzania. We went to South Africa with the University of the TUT, Shrine University there. So we saw what we're trying to do is indigenize, get this thing so that not the able, they will come here now and rediscover River Niger again for us. You understand? If we don't take charge, we will lose it. And so part of what we're doing is what I'm just describing to you now. Now, in terms of regulation, the problem right now is that who are the ones who regulate? Hello? I have to keep putting it down. Who are the people to regulate? The biggest criminals right now are the people doing all the major AI, who are leading in AI. And all of our data are at their disposal. Facebook, you are there, the way you talk, all the information, your images, everything is on Facebook. On YouTube, your movies are there, your mannerisms, your language, everything is there. So the biggest criminals are the ones in charge. So who are those to regulate? The only way to regulate is to participate, to get in there and then see how, well, I'll come back to the more nuanced way of regulating and all that. But I'm saying that, you know, these people have gathered all the data. The same way, I want to bring controversy here. The French have now cornered your IPs through Canal Plus. That's a discussion for another time. I don't want to bring that debate here. But, you know, so these things are all warehoused with them. They have them at their disposal free of charge. We surrender these things to them. They're training their AI models. Who are the people leading? Facebook is there. X is there. All of them. You know, and what are they using? The things we have freely surrendered under the terms of agreement, or what is that thing called?
TNCs.
Terms
And conditions.
Yeah, we have freely surrendered it to them. So what is now happening is that you might now say, hey, that looks like me. Like, I've been tempted to take, you know, when I want to do voiceover, somebody is just messing me up. I've been tempted to take a sample of Sheikh Mariza's voice. No, just hear me. I'm telling you how bad it is. Just take a sample of it, and then, you know, that's all you need. You just sample that, and then the rest is give it the words and it pronounces it. And of course, you know that you can tweak and tweak if it does not pronounce it well. Like before it even got to this level, when I started using AI initially, with the voices and all that, typical Nigerian words and things that I cannot pronounce, I now rewrite them in a way that it can be pronounced rightly. I don't know if you guys what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay? So I know you gave me a regulatory thing because you didn't think I could talk about AI, but don't worry. I just laughed trying to get your question, but no wahala.
That's below the belt, sir. I know you're a vast man, sir.
No, don't worry. No, it's okay. So the thing to do is we have to be very, very conscious. As practitioners, how do you protect your own work? That is the first step towards regulation. We have given away too much. Our negotiation power is too weak. We are not at a position of advantage. When the lawyer here spoke about somebody she advised who brought an agreement, it's a major company in this country. I will not mention names. But obviously we know that when you give them distribution, when you give them license, this same thing is shown in the Caribbean, it is shown in other places. Me, I'm not they look for job from anybody, so I can name anybody, but I'm not going to mention names here. You understand what I'm saying? They do this all the time. Our old people do the same thing to us, our fellow Nigerians. You understand? So government can come in, but how do you do it when a man has willingly and on his own, without any coercion, signed a term of agreement to say, you know, this is surrendering to these platforms that they can use them. And that's where the problem starts. So it's a big issue. Nobody has an answer right now. There are people who want to sue because there are obviously things that resemble what they've done before. We've heard about cases like that. But it is only because they're in a position of strength, and so they can afford to do that. But let's not lie. The reason it will be difficult to regulate at this early stage is because the biggest criminals have all the money. The biggest criminals we have surrendered our rights to, and we'll just have to let them create and then give to us to use. I'm sorry if I don't have an answer for you.
Well, again, I have to agree with you that you have raised the unethical side of the use of AI, and even the creation of AI and the training of AI. There have been many complaints from artists, photographers, that they've used their work to train models, and there's been no compensation. I think this popular Japanese animator, Mizao, the Studio Ghibli guy, yeah, because there was, you know, just 1 week everybody was using Studio Ghibli images for their own images. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but I think that we need to start thinking about it now, because we're in the global south. Many people see AI as a leveler, but
sorry, let me just mention.
Okay.
What we did with those universities is that copyrights, whatever they generate, we are letting, you know, apart from sharing, we're sharing IP with them and all that, and letting the copyrights for what they create reside in them. So it's something we're doing from within, being proactive in our little way to help.
Yeah, so that's the spirit. That's the proactive spirit. Anyway, Chief Deyemi Okolao, following from what Dr. Ohai has said, I'm going to ask you about some of the fears of actors, because actors around the world are worried about AI recreating faces and voices. You know, he said he was tempted to use Segun Arize's, to clone Segun Arize's voice. That's what we know. We don't know what has really happened. But yeah, I mean, I'm joking. In your own experience, and let me mention that last week, I think Matthew McConaughey and Sir Michael Caine signed a deal with a major AI platform, 11 Labs, which is what we say about being proactive. Instead of waiting for people to clone your voice, they went to sign a deal and make money before that happened. So, Deyemi, look, how do you think that actors can protect themselves? Yeah, obviously I have mentioned something, something proactive, but how do you think actors can protect themselves, protect their vocal and image rights, and so to speak, in this changing world that has AI? One or two people have even come out and said people have used their faces to beg for money, to raise money without their... I think there was a viral video of Pastor Poju, when he came out and said that. But I mean, they are pastors, yes, but actors themselves, how do they protect themselves?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now that we have your attention. So there's a lot of talk within my community of actors about AI. And to be fair, beyond even actors, filmmakers, a lot of people are afraid. A lot of people are afraid that their jobs might be taken away from them. But then, I've also kind of like queried this fear and said, have you seen our Nollywood contracts and the rights that are taken from actors currently? in perpetuity, in all solar systems that have been discovered or yet to discover, media platforms, current and yet to be discovered, and all of these things. So right now, we're not even protected. Not to now talk of, AI being something to worry about. Yeah. There was a recent incident of an actor and a producer getting into a tussle. And at the end of the day, the foundation of that problem was that there's no contract. There is no contract. And that's clear because contracts will give you clarity about, what you've agreed on. Now with AI, I personally use AI as a tool. I use it to prepare for film work. I use it to have a better understanding of the character that I'm dealing with, the relationships. Where they give me a Bible, it may not be sufficient. I've trained my AI, to do certain things that helps my work get much, much easier. It doesn't, and it's not a matter of laziness. It just enhances the work that I do. A lot of people are afraid, but I always talk to people about using AI as a tool. Now, be proactive, the way Matthew McConaughey and the likes, I'll be talking to people like Obinia very soon, that, come and take my own, let's sign a deal. Nobody can collect my image rights and my voice rights from me. But ultimately, here's what I like to say. The work that I do is very spiritual as an actor. I'm taking emotions that are embedded in me and transferring those emotions into another human being or a group of human beings. That's one thing AI cannot do and can never do because AI doesn't have human emotions. It can mimic it or try to, but you can't have authentic emotions. And let's see when we get to that. Animations have tried, but it's still animations. They are not human beings. They can copy voices, they can copy images. You cannot copy emotions. Finally, I'd like to say, again, from a very spiritual perspective, people seem to forget that the phrase artificial intelligence also has its counterparts, divine intelligence. I think we are beginning to turn AI into a god. As opposed to doing the work that, of looking within ourselves, people tend to just want to make AI the all-encompassing answer to all of their problems. I've seen it happen, in several different fields beyond filmmaking. And that's a big, big flaw. So for actors, I would say actors have nothing to be afraid of if you are already doing the right things. For example, you will never find a contract ever again where they will take all my rights from me. It's not happening. There's a project coming that I signed off on many years ago in the part 1. They've used my image in part 2. I've gone to check the contract that I signed when I was hungry. But they have those rights. And I think that, again, as an industry, we need to really sit down and start talking about these things. At the base level, it's what do our contracts say? Beyond that, I don't know how else we can deal with people that steal your image rights and the likes. There's nothing else that we can do about that. That's, illegal stuff that has to do with the police and the likes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You have a minute because we still have.
Please, if you're going to clap for me, clap for me. People that finished with third class, they didn't really pay lots back in school.
Okay, so I just want to buttress what Deyemi said. I think a lot of actors are actually not proactive. I could recall reaching out to some actors some months back that we're working on a hybrid project, which is AI, but we're going to have like real actors. And I did say that our contract is not going to it's going to be open to all of us. So we're going to use the avatar. We're going to create the avatar. We're going to use them and their voices, but contracted, well contracted. And I didn't really get it. And then what is the meaning of that? it was really bad, and I was like, don't you get it? You're making extra income. It's not taking your power as an actor away, it's actually adding to you, because you're sitting in your house, you just do a bit of work, and you get like, maybe you're earning like 10 million on a project, and then you come on an AI project, you do like half of that for less stress. I think that is supposed to add to you. Do you get what I'm saying? But they don't really get it. So I say, like I said, I jumped on the train a bit late. I think people need to be proactive. You asked a question earlier on if AI is a threat. I tell people it's a threat. Because anything that has come to destabilize is a threat. You know, any form of change is a threat, but you need to face the threat. You need to understand it. You need to figure out how it's going to be an addition that's going to help you. Not look at it as, he just said actors are scared now. I don't see why you should be scared if you actually have something. AI has come to make you more money, not to take away from what you have. Thank you.
Yes, real quick. If there's anybody doing YouTube films and they need the AI version of me to be doing the YouTube, please come and collect it. I don't mind. That's my YouTube producer today.
Anyway, the next question is going to Chief Darlington. Again, you are kind of like the Jerry Bruckheimer of, you know, because I mean, almost every time I see an action-packed movie, you know, you are behind it, and you know, there's a lot of action comedies you've done, and obviously you made a lot of money. You know, I mean, you look it, you walk that way, that kind of thing. Pepe has rested. Pepe has done siesta, you know, and all of that. So it means that, yes, you are the equivalent of the Nigerian producers doing great work. So I'm going to ask, how will AI affect your bottom line? And now that you are also working with, I think, a streamer, right? How will it affect your bottom line, knowing that to some extent people can sit in their rooms and begin to create content? What do you foresee? How are you going to be proactive? What is the landscape going to look like for producers like you in the next 2-3 years?
All right. Thank you very much. First of all, for those who want to still give me money, don't listen to him. I still need it. But I think for the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, I would say for producers, I won't just say producers like me, for producers, AI would, for me, I would say enhance the bottom line rather than diminish it. There are certain aspects of production that I would reduce my cost on because I am using AI to achieve something. For example, I think you mentioned extensions, or stabs and stuff. I can use that, and instead of spending money trying to create something or get drone shots or get something, I can create those things without spending that same amount of money. So that would reduce my production cost and increase my ROI, which would be sweet when I'm talking to a potential investor to let him know instead of spending 10 million, I'm spending 2. So that's something that would enhance. It would also be in the future, as I grow also in the knowledge of using AI or learning how it works, also be able to catch certain team members that I work with. I have gotten a script writer who I said, I need a story XYZ, and the person just gave me prompts. You know, by the time the person sent the script back to me, like the Emi said, there was no emotion, there was no soul in the story, and I knew, okay, you did not write this one. Or even when the AI even gave you the initial response, you did not put yourself into it at all. You just copied and you pasted and sent to me. So that's the challenge that I think some people would have if they depend solely on AI and refuse to also put themselves into the project, because the project would probably come out as plastic because the writer's soul is not inside it, and if the producer doesn't catch it, then the producer's soul won't be inside it. And by the time the eventual product comes out, even if you use human actors, what people would watch, they will still realize there is something missing because there's actually no soul in that particular story. So I feel for actual producers who actually know their work, utilizing the tool of AI would not diminish, rather it would enhance, because you would know when to use it to embellish what you want to do and when not to use it to ensure that the authenticity, the originality of your work always remains. So for me, it's a tool that would enhance and add to my bottom line rather than reduce from it.
Thank you so much. I think the people listening to us obviously know they've learned quite a bit on this, because I know there have been fears and all of that, and I would like to think that, you know, some of the things we've said here have also helped to enlighten us just a little bit more. So we'll be rounding this up. Chief Ayamele says I should round up, you know, I should get the fork, as they say. But it would really be nice to have one or two questions. Really. Yes. So maybe we can take like one or two questions. Sir, I can see you. I promise I can see you. So aside him, is there anybody else who has a question? Oh, okay. All right, interesting. Okay, please.
All right.
Please, for upstarts like us in AI, you guys have a mountain of experience in this thing. Can you advise us the 3 must-have AI tool for a filmmaker?
Brilliant. So who will go?
Right.
Korocha,
Okay,
you know.
can you hear me? Yes. So I'm going to answer like this. So if you're starting out, very easily, Google DeepMind has its array of models. So Google Veo, there's now Veo 3, which is, it affords you the opportunity to animate your image. You can create your image with a prompt and animate with your prompt, and it comes with audio. And then there is, within Google framework, there's something called Google Whisk, where you can actually create like a mood board, or you want to create like, you know, a story flow. Google Whisk, W-H-I-S-K. So once you have Google Gemini, you can pay for like an account. It comes to Google Flow. So Google Flow is where you can actually animate your stories. So you bring in your image, you animate it. It also has an editor inside it where you can actually create your story flow. So Google Veo, and there's Whisk, and it has an image creator. Yeah, and then if you're looking for an alternative, you know, filmmaking software, filmmaking model, there's Kling, K-L-I-N-G, Kling, and there's Hailuo. Hailuo is also very good. H-A-I-L-U-O. And then I think something that can also help you with audio is, sorry, Hailuo. I gave me to write it.
The man is lost. It's lost. It can't keep up.
Okay, no, that's so Kling, K-L-I-N-G. I've said Google Flow that has Veo. Then Kling, K-L-I-N-G, and Hailuo, H-A-I-L-U-O, Hailuo. The other ones, but I think these 3 can get you to where you want to go. But what I also advise is to help you with your audio, there are softwares like 11 Labs that can help you with voices. So you're looking to do voiceovers, and you don't know where do I get a voiceover from. There is a library of African voices. One other thing you can also do is that you sound a setting where you can clone your own voice, actually, bring it to 11 Labs, and then use it for whatever it is you want to do. Please do not clone anybody's voice without their consent. Please. Now, let me tell you, let me explain to you why that is so important. Now, YouTube released a law some time ago where they tell you can monetize artificial intelligence generated images. But once you use AI voices, you cannot monetize it because they want to keep the human touch. So you must use human audio on the AI video. Do you understand? And then you can monetize it. It's very simple. You can clone somebody's voice and use it. You shouldn't do that. Exactly. You should use your own voice. Now, so I just want to make some things known. Now, the thing around, I just want to make some points around, you know, ethical use of AI. The truth about it is that there are really no laws And this is something that goes as far as international, IPO, the IPO body in the world. They've not been able to figure out how to properly legislate around AI because it's still evolving. Now there is a case between Midjourney and Disney, and there's going to be a landmark ruling. That landmark ruling will give us an example, or give us sort of a working, blueprint on how we can, essentially, execute the cases around AI. Now, the thing about it is that there's something called the ethical use of AI. There are companies that are now ethically sourcing data sets. What does this mean? It means that now let me explain to you how all this started. Now, AI, as we know it, started as a result of research 10, 15, 20 years ago. Nobody knew that it was going to become what it is today. So what this happens is that a lot of all the creative work in the public domain we are willingly giving up for research purposes. What then happened was that when ChatGPT essentially happened, when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, it became very clear that these data sets for research actually work. And then the problem was, how do we now compensate people whose works were used? But it's too late, so we're sort of playing catch up. Now what some companies are doing is that they pay creators to use their work to train their data sets so that they get compensated. So if you use those models, whenever it is used, those guys get compensated, and that's what's happening. So it's going to take a while. So I just want to create that background so that we understand that things are a bit nebulous, but as we get along, because everybody's different, by December, we're going to have new models, things are going to change. And then let me also mention that, you see, the thing around AI is that it's very expensive. Data sets, creating data sets, using our data sets, like for instance, we're talking about languages, for instance. It's so expensive. Building data centers are one of probably the most expensive ventures because the expensive GPUs, you have to build them near bodies of water to cool them. This is why there has to be government intentionality in investing money to build data centers. I keep saying this to everybody that cares to listen. We do not own anything. What do I mean by this? Some time ago in 2020, I don't know if you recall, Meta had a shutdown. For 6 hours, nobody had access to Facebook, Instagram, and there was a meltdown because people had built their businesses on, social media platforms. What does that tell you? For YouTube, all it takes is one legislation from somebody to change all the laws and you lose all the content because the servers are either in Ireland, somewhere in Europe or in America. What is important is that we build data centers that we own, we train our own data sets, and it's expensive. Clean up the data, being intentional. Like for instance, Nigerian language is something that we can actually, begin to. So my point is there has to be intentionality because it's a long road. Thank you very much.
That's why I call you the Archbishop of AI. All right, so guys, my panelists, thank you so much.
No, I think that's
sorry.
it. Thank you.
Sorry, we can't take any other question.
Yeah, thank you.
So
the
end of all this is that, or the moral of all this, is that AI is not the enemy, ignorance is.
Let's put the mic.
We need to upskill. We need to know exactly what it is about, but we still need to upskill. It is a tool that would benefit you if you are intentional about it. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of this
Awesome.
session.
I love the energy. Please celebrate them. Please celebrate them. For a last panel with so much energy, fantastic. Please put your hands together for our panelists as I invite the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer, Sciences Board. Please, Dr. Shaibu. Let's have this official photograph. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Can you also celebrate yourself? I mean, you've been a wonderful audience since 10 a.m. till about 6 p.m. That's awesome. 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 Thank you. Thank you, DME. Thank you, Dr. Hai. Thank you, Unyi. Thank you, my guys. Whoever, thank you. Everyone on the panel, thank you. James, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to bring to close the day one of Peace Anyam Osigwe, Nigeria Digital Content Regulators regulation conference. I don't know if the national anthem is also still there. If it's there, we're nice. See DJ national anthem. The guy is tired. This guy must be from the Republic of Banana. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Until this brings to an end day one of the 5th Peace Anyamusigwe Nigeria Digital Content Regulation Conference. And tomorrow we'll start off at exactly 10 a.m. All right, thank you. Please come in on early tomorrow. We're starting off on the dot of 10. And we'll be running the other panels that we have for tomorrow. It's been a pleasure having industry stakeholders, having titans, amazons in the house with so much wealth of experience being shared here. Thanks to all of the associations and guilds here present, and then we're also represented. And of course, the gentlemen of the press, thank you very much. And of course, the members and staff of the National Film and Video Censors Board, all the way across the Federation, because I saw a few people from the north and from the east in the house. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. My name is Sam Uchanyamele. I'll be here tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. DJ, over to you. Please be reminded, by tomorrow we'll be celebrating our veterans who turned 50, who turned 60 in this year. Please, let's come with a party mood. Tomorrow we'll be celebrating our legends, our veterans and actors. No, go ahead. Okay, in case you want to have an official photograph with the ED, it's a good time to come up on stage now. You can come up on stage if you'd like to have an official photograph with the ED. Yes, you can come up now. Come up stage now. Thank you. It's a good time to also ensure your networking skills are sharpened